Everyone. Welcome to the first hearing of the committee's inquiry into unsolved murders and long-term missing persons cases in New South Wales between 1965 and 2010. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge the Gundungurra and Dharawal people, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us here today or online. My name is Jeremy Buckingham and I am the chair of this committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege. This is very important, everyone. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. For witnesses appearing from outside New South Wales, the protections with respect to the evidence they give is more limited. I urge witnesses to be careful about making the comments they make during their evidence and to avoid making adverse reflections about others. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Again, welcome to the witnesses and thank you for making the time and effort to give evidence here today. Excuse me. Could each witness, starting with Mr. Doherty, please state their name and position title and swear either an oath or affirmation. Mr. Doherty, your name and swear either the oath or affirmation, please.
Okay, Kevin Doherty. My twin sister was Kay Doherty, who went missing in 1970.
Sorry, Mr. Doherty, I just need to get you to swear either the oath or affirmation here. Do you have the copy there?
Yeah.
If you could just read that out, thank you, mate.
I, Kevin Doherty, swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you, Mr. Dakers. If you could do the same, please. Your name and the oath or affirmation, please.
Yes, my name's Jeff Dakers. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Would either or both of you like to make some introductory remarks? Mr. Doherty?
Yes, thank you. Eating is all right. First of all, I'll just put a little bit of an impact statement together. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's perfectly fine.
I'd like to start by, first of all, a big heartfelt thank you to the Honourable Jeremy Buckingham and all the committee here that's involved. Not to forget the Honourable New South Wales Premier, Mr. Chris Minns, a man true to his word. I met him last year with Jeremy. To me, seems such a genuine gentleman, as is the legend over here, Jeremy Buckingham. Also, I'd like to acknowledge criminologist Xanthi and her offsider, Tim, who are here today. I stand here with mixed emotions, but I'm grateful, very apprehensive, a little anxious, and also relieved and excited that finally, 47 years after my twin sister went missing, we're finally being listened to, not just heard. I'm not overexcited as I don't want to set myself up for disappointment, but this is the first thing that's virtually come our way in 47 years to get some answers. Also, a big thanks to all the media who've played a role over many years, and now Anne and Dimity from 60 Minutes here today. My twin sister was tragically taken from a quiet, loving family at the age of 15 years and 10 months old in 1979. This changed our family's lives forever, especially for my loving parents. It has to be the worst case scenario for any parent to lose their child, and even worse when you don't know what's happened or where they are. And for me, it was like part of me was missing as a twin. I felt like I didn't want to be around anymore either. When someone dies, most people get to have a funeral, a grieving process, then you can slowly get your life back together. and eventually move on. In our situation, as with many hundreds of others, and some of them here today, we didn't get that privilege. We live with hope 24/7, and at the end of the day, the hope gradually fades, but the despair and anger deepens. It's a tragic life for any family to go through. It tears good families apart, something you would not wish on your worst enemy. Anyone would just have to spend a day walking in our shoes to realise what we endure on a daily basis, minute by minute. No matter how much we want this to end, the pain is so very raw, even 47 years down the track. My sister and I, we had a good upbringing. We had a close-knit family. It was only mum, dad, my twin sister and myself. So for the police back in the 70s to say she was a runaway was not taken real kindly by my parents. This would be totally out of character for my sister, and this was so hard to accept. Kay was scared of the dark. She didn't like to be alone after dark. So in saying that, the constable on shift that night, my mum and dad walked into the police station to report my sister missing, was this gentleman beside me, Mr. Jeff Dakers, who 47 years later is on a mission to help find some answers or even a body. So if it wasn't for his commitment and dedication towards our family, I guess neither of us would be here in this position today. Jeff, you're a bloody good man. My heartfelt thanks goes out to you, my friend. And we have become friends over the years. As Mum always said, when she went to the police station that night, there was one good cop, there was one bad cop. Who she wanted to punch in the mouth. And to me, to hear that coming from my mum, a little 5'2" Scottish woman who never had a mean bone in her body, was never violent, it was such a surprise for me to hear that. So when one of them had said they were runaways, you could only imagine the thought from there. The culture back then, it was horrendous, and it still has a lot to be desired. Without saying too much more on that, I have experienced this over and over again, and only just last week on a different matter. So 30 years later, we get a knock on the door from the detectives stating they have been allocated to our case. Remember, this is the first contact besides Jeff in 30 years. To be honest, at the time, I don't know why, but I used to make excuses for the police. They don't have the numbers, they don't have the resources, they don't have the finances to pursue this case. We sat back and we said nothing for too long. Now it's time we were heard. In saying that, our search never stopped. Our search continued day after day, year after year. Yesterday I was just showing 60 Minutes reported the notes and untold pages of records my poor mum had written over the years to every charity group, chapels, cults, etc., to try and find her daughter. It was honestly heartbreaking for me to watch as a young child, to say the least. And everything was dated to the T with the time. She kept phenomenal records. So for Mum, our family and friends and other missing persons families can relate to what we had to do. We had to play detectives ourselves. When you're dealing with the loss and heartbreak, you can only imagine the misery and the terrible gut feeling building up inside you because you just kept hitting a wall or a dead end. This was not our job, but families do this for their loved ones. So honestly, I really think this become common knowledge, not only for the police, but for the wider community. This totally destroyed our family and the faith we had in those who were supposed to protect us from evil. The faith was slowly dwindling. What else could we think? But in saying that, we grew up on courtesy, honesty, manners. So we always respected the law and those who upheld it. I guess that's why we stayed quiet for so long. Our family had that much love for each other. It created a special bond, especially between my mum and myself. It was unconditional. It was very special. No money or material item can match the good values and the love the parents had shown towards us. So to watch them suffer in silence until the day they died virtually ripped the heart out of me as a young child. Both my parents went to an early grave without answers or even knowing what had happened to their only daughter. My mum actually died in my arms. The hardest thing I've ever experienced. 12 years later, you can see the emotion is still very raw. You can only imagine the last thing I said to her. It was a promise I knew I couldn't keep. And that was I would continue the search for Kay and try and find answers. By then, Mum's time was coming to an unforeseen and abrupt end. As she virtually said to me, "Son, go on and live your life. You don't deserve this. Look at the toll it has taken on your father and I." And yes, they virtually both died of a broken heart 8 years apart. I am the last of my family, so it is in my DNA to continue my parents' legacy. Excuse me. Yeah, so it was in my DNA to continue my parents' legacy, as they deserve so much better. Last but not least, not only did this change my parents' way of life, it thrust me into the unknown as a twin at such a young age, with the spotlight on me for all the wrong reasons. I had to quit my career, I gave up a relationship, I had to forgo an opportunity to have a family of my own, due to the fact that my mum became ill and all I wanted to do was help her feel comfortable in her last years. So I became her full-time carer. For me, this wasn't a hard decision, as my mum carried me and my twin, so I felt it was an obligation and an honour to give something back to her. The sacrifices were not even a consideration at that time, as my mum needed me without even saying it. I was brought up well on good values, so I knew this was my calling to give back to her and be there for her when she needed me in her last days. I ended up marrying late in life. I took a mortgage out, which I never thought possible in my 50s. It disrupts your life so much. My mum was my world. She didn't deserve this destruction. And she didn't choose it. They were the cards we were dealt, so we had no choice but to deal with it the best way we knew how. There was no book or help, or no one could show you the way. It was all based on trial and error, and the police weren't much help at that time. The worst imaginable heartbreak ever. For you, all this impact statement is very brief. I'm sorry if you thought it was too long, as I've only just touched the edges with this. This is a silent killer. To all the poor families who live with this, and there are thousands out there. Stepping back in 2009 when detectives first come to my door, we soon realised our case was going to the coroner's court to determine the outcome. So virtually the two detectives that I admired and put hope in were virtually clutching at straws, looking for a needle in a haystack because 3 decades had passed before anything was done. They'd done the best with what they had, but at the time of the day, we were let down and we had enormous suffering for those 30 years, which has now continued to 47 years. We have a witness that's come forward recently regarding our case, and we've had many come forward and have contacted police and Crime Stoppers. Nothing has been done, no one has been replied to, not even a simple email to acknowledge that they had contacted them. The amount of people that's come forward to me since the police won't do anything, the amount of messages and letters and everything else I have has made us start playing police. So in saying that, I'm information. It was astonishing. Who do you believe, who don't you believe? But we can't write anyone off. In saying that, I'm very grateful to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Doherty. Mr. Dakers, you got some introductory remarks to make?
Yes, and secondly, like to the Honourable Jeremy Buckingham, thanks very much, mate, for what you're doing and the MLC. It's long overdue. And through the evidence here today and other witnesses, we're positive there's going to be a step forward in the right direction.
Thank you.
And as Kevin said, I was the original constable back in 1979, looking for Kay and Tony with another guy. Searched all that shift, came back the next day, continued on, and the protocol back in there, you do an occurrence pad entry, detectives take it over, and you go back to your general duties, whatever you were doing. And life goes on. My police career got cut short because of a horrific motor vehicle accident with injuries, and I ended up leaving that and going into ministry, becoming an ordained pastor. And ironically enough, I know quite a few, even ex-sergeants, who have gone down that same path. Because I suppose the inner thing in us is we all want to help people. And through the years, I founded a charity which became one of the biggest in the state at that time in Wollongong, and distributing 58 tonne of food a week. We've got a community group for the whole state in 2017 and ACT. 83% success rate with long-term unemployed getting them jobs. So we even had ScoMo on site a couple of times, and other politicians, and it was a great charity before we ended up moving on and retiring. But during that time, I met a chap who'd come along and collect some of our scrap metal, or used shopping trolleys and that sort of thing. And one day I was sitting down discussing this case, and he says to me, "You wouldn't believe it. I was living along Windang Road, and I went down to the sand dunes, which is the track Baker's Lane opposite where I used to live, at the end of the golf course. And a guy was standing there one day, and two girls were screaming out, 'He's going to kill us, he's going to kill us.' And he was a smart aleck, he was about 12 or 13. He said, 'Run in different directions.' He didn't realise who he was talking to was Malat at that time, because Malat's notoriety hadn't come proficient until into the 80s. And Malat, obviously with a witness staring at him, he let the girls go and they ran to a house opposite, across the road. And a time after that, he was back down there again and seen a ute reversed up onto a sand dune. And he seen Malat, same guy, come over the top of the sand dune with a shovel. He also found a shed down there, which the shed floor was covered in blood. You don't have to be a junior detective to work this stuff out. All right, today I'm going to table Laura Mercury thing. I've got 10 copies here on a table about that same article. And it's incredible how, and disappointing I am personally with the lack of police action. Especially, I've done a YouTube presentation as well about the whole case. I've had a map drawn. The witness, who at that time, he didn't like the police and didn't want to be involved. So I organised a detective, which I knew, to come at my house and interviewed him. And after that interview, we went down and had a bit of a walk around. But the thing which is the problem down there is that overgrown with lantana down there. Even the tracks are all covered up and we can't get to them. And at this period of time, I'm going backwards and forwards with the police and saying, what's going on? What's going on? And all I'm, and you'll hear other evidence here today about the complacency and lack of performance by police, not only in New South Wales, but in a lot of different areas, states. And it's very frustrating that why they're sitting on their hands when we've got a designated site, a circle drawn on a map of a location that they won't investigate. And I think it's appalling. So, and I've been in contact, and Kevin and I have both been to see a detective inspector a couple of times, and we're still very, very frustrated. And even recently, Kevin's been in touch with a detective in the Oak Flats Illawarra Command, and I've been emailing him. I was asking when can we meet up. Doesn't want to meet up, and is saying that this would probably have to go to a coronial inquiry, get permission to do a dig there or clear land, etc., etc. Our witness has got his own excavators. He's got a couple of machines. He said, "I'll go in there and do it for free." Police cannot have the excuse we don't have the resources. We've got many volunteers who would love to go and assist. I've even told the police, well, just give us permission to go down there, clear an area. We're also involved with Search Dogs Sydney, who have got special dogs. They're here today. That are able to detect bones been undergrounds for even hundreds of years, which the police dogs cannot do that. So we've been trying to get permission to go down there. I've heard all the excuses because it's near an Aboriginal employment service. Maybe it's under the Aboriginal Lands Council. I went and see them. No, it's not. It's Crown land. So all I'm doing is hitting brick walls all the way along with everything I'm doing. So in part of this thing I'm going to submit today, I've got an application in to go and see Ivan Milat when he got transferred from Goulburn to Long Bay. And it's on here, it says, as an ordained minister, and I rang him up and I said, how come I haven't got an appointment? He said, we've got our own chaplains here, you don't need to come. I said, I'm also ex-police, and there's other things I want to speak to Ivan Milat about. And they said, no, we won't let you come. Another brick wall. And I said, you've got no idea, as a minister, how many people have confessed all sorts of things to you. Just the opportunity to go and visit him. You know, well, what? Is he going to... He hasn't said no. Long Bay Jail has said no. So this is the frustration of being able to go forward with all sorts of different inquiries, being able to solve some of these things, and we're at the tip of the iceberg, and I'm just so grateful we're here today to be able to do what we need to get done. Yeah.
Thanks very much, Mr. Dakers. Appreciate that. So if, we could circulate those documents, and we'll consider tabling those. We'll consider those in due course. We'll now turn to some questions.
Sure.
I've got one to kick off, and that is, what can you tell us about the initial search, those first couple of hours and days after Kay and Tony Kavanagh disappeared? Tell us about that. Was there a big search? Was there a big effort from the police? How long did it last? Did it taper off? Can you tell us what you remember of those events?
We went around and we located, of course there's no mobile phones back in the day, so we had to go house to house, get a list of Kay and Tony's friends and go and knock on the doors, and if they're not home we had to find out when they're going to be home and go and say, have you seen them, have you heard from them, and all basically just standard type things. So that it was just a preliminary investigation and to touch base with all the friends and all the possibilities of where they could possibly be. So and then, as I said, you hand it over to the detectives as you go the next day. They still haven't come home over a 24-hour period. So after that, we need to really get to that point of going, okay, how do we step up? And it was, of course, I'm on general duties. I'm not a detective there. It's out of my league, basically. So we just have to wait and see what the detectives are going to do.
And how long after that were your family essentially told, Mr. Doherty, that they thought Kay was just a runaway?
We were told on the night. My mum and dad were told on the night that they reported it. I think it was Jeff's offsider at the time. I don't know if Jeff can remember that, but my mum clearly remembers it. We were told that straight away. From that point on, there was no more contact. Unless my mum went to the police station or this Jeff dropped in on his way home. I heard he did that once. I wasn't there. See mum and... Yeah.
So there's just no contact from then until the coronial inquest in 2009.
Which was 30 years later.
Yeah, I used to see Kevin's father. He used to always come in the police station. Have you found my daughter? Have you found my daughter? It used to break my heart, actually. I just didn't have the answers, you know. Yeah.
And One of the alarming things, on top of all the other things, was the family received correspondence from Kay in the weeks after, didn't they?
Yeah, we did
So
actually.
tell us about that. You got handwritten letters from her in the weeks after that caused you some concern.
Yeah, we had 2 handwritten letters, 1 week apart. One went missing on the 27th. The first letter was on the 30th of July. And we got one, I think, on the 8th of August. So virtually in 2 weeks of it all happening. And the letters, one just said, "We've gone away with friends. We'll be back soon. The job has fallen through, blah, blah, blah. Love you very much. I'll be home soon." And the next one, I'm just going by memory here. I'm not 100% correct, but I've got I've got copies of the letters there. Next one was very similar. The police took the letters. Well, actually, the first thing they did was sent cadaver dogs under my house and tested me for DNA. So we were victims, and pretty soon we felt like we were being tested as criminals. They took the letters away. They said they had to send them away to get some DNA done. I can't remember how long it took. They come back, and I still remember it was night time. Detective Sergeant Kelly and Kathy Flood knocked on our door. I answered the door. Mum was sitting in the lounge room, and they said, "We're just returning the letter. We give them 2 letters. They had lost one of the letters."
And those letters were postmarked from Sydney, weren't they? Darlinghurst.
Postmarked from Darlinghurst, yes. So that's where Mum and Dad spent a lot of their time with their friends, searching the streets of Darlinghurst for weeks and
King's
months.
Cross.
In King's Cross, yes. Yeah. And they tested the handwriting. They seemed to think it was her handwriting. I compared it with handwriting in my sister's book just recently, because it's from school. It wasn't even close to her handwriting. There was a spelling error there, which everyone had picked up on, and Mum picked up on. She was a bit brighter than me at school, so there wasn't many spelling mistakes. So that was the letters.
And before I hand to my colleagues, how did you come to learn that Ivan Milat may have been working in the area at the time of your sister and Tony's disappearance? When did you learn of that?
Well, the detectives come onto the scene in 2009. I think they were only around to 2010. So it was during that period that during their investigation they had the understanding that Milat was working on a road gang in Kiama.
So that it was the police that told you that?
That was the detectives that told us that at the time. And the amount, it's just recently if someone's come forward and said they were picked up by Ivan Milat. They didn't know it was him at the time.
This is your neighbour who's made a submission to the inquiry,
who
said that they were picked up at the same bus stop as your sister and Tony disappeared from a few years later and was abducted by Milat. And in that he was stopped by police during that attempted abduction. Correct.
Yeah, he was stopped for speeding, just what we place called Wingdang. So there's Rula, Wingdang and Primby. This is all within the vicinity of we're talking about where they think there could be some remains. So, and the boys said when he got pulled over, they reckon he didn't have a licence, but they didn't know too much. They were only young at the time. And he's virtually let them out probably a few hundred metres past the police. And it's something they never forgot because they felt very uncomfortable from the time they got into the car. And yeah.
Yeah, when I did the YouTube release, that was about 5 years ago, I had a knock on my door, and the guy that's seen the YouTube thing about the case, and he said, I was in the house with the first 2 girls ringing. And I said, wow. And he'd moved to Bundaberg and had moved back to Wollongong. And he was that traumatised by it. He went to the police of Bundaberg and gave them a 5-page statement of what had actually happened. And they actually stopped Milat's car, because the girls who were hitchhiking, everyone used to hitchhike back in the day, hitchhiking to Nowra to go to a party, and they had all their stuff in his car. So this guy and his 2 mates stopped the car. It was driving up this Baker's Lane, so the girls could get their stuff back, which they did. They got their stuff back. And then he said They didn't know at the time, 1970, but he had the handlebar moustache, and they said, yeah. Then they realised years later that was Ivan Milat. So there's two people who've matured. My first witness has grown into a businessman, employs about 8 people. So these people are credible witnesses, you know, and it's for us to do nothing, it's shameful.
Thank you. Colleagues, do you have any questions? Mr.
Yeah,
Borzak?
I've got a question. I'm just reading in Mr. Doherty's statement, and you mentioned it too, Mr. Dackers, about the sandhill where you believe these bodies may be buried. How big an area is that you're talking about?
Well, there's a map in front of you there.
Yeah, I can see
You
it
see
on
that
the map, but
That's just a section of the map. There used to be roads run right along here, and they turned into walking tracks, and they're hardly accessible now because of the overgrowth.
yeah, but that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Are you talking about 1 acre, 10 acres,
Oh,
more?
probably, what do you reckon, 10 acres down there?
What about Mr. Chris Darcy? Any idea?
We can take that on notice. We'll
You can take it on notice, but I think the recommendation that, or your request that the area should be burned or control burned is completely rational and reasonable.
Yes.
Thank you.
And if that can be done, I think it's something that should be thought about in
Yeah.
terms of recommendation.
That'd be pretty
And
special.
because it's public land, Crown land, well, that could be seen as a community service. We'll be open, re-establishing walking tracks for the community down there. Yeah.
And who knows, if there's one there, there's going to be more than one. If there's not, we haven't died in vain trying.
Mr. Dackers, you talk in your evidence, and I noticed in your statement, although your statement doesn't exactly relate to that, but of your evidence just now, but why do you think at that time their investigation failed? Was it just because they were just treating them as missing persons and they weren't particularly interested?
Yeah, I think it's part and parcel of they've got their own policies and procedures of how far they go with things like that. And we're all subject to a person's ability. And we see it across the board now. And, you know, we've seen that detective from Melbourne, was called the Good Cop, who was solving a lot of murders and stuff like that because of his abilities to look at things differently. And that's the whole thing, is I've got another submission here. It's called the Missing Persons System. And the recommendation for that is so we can go forward to do something different and have an answer. Do you want me to read that out to you?
Well, if you could table it, mate, we don't have a lot of time, so if you could table that.
Yeah,
that'd
well,
be very-
just briefly, it's a special investigation missing person unit with former New South Wales Police. I've got a lot of volunteers who'd love to be involved with that, and to come forward and to help. Yeah, of course, there's 2,279 vacancies with down strength in New South Wales Police.
Do you have a view in relation to currently why they're not open to opening up these cases again? Your sister's case, Mr. Doherty?
I think, like I say, I always used to say they're under-resourced, but yes, that probably is the main focal point, but I just think because Ivan Milat is not here anymore, they just think he's gone, he's done, it's over. For us, it's never over. I just think they don't want to backtrack, they don't want to be held accountable. I guess they probably haven't got a lot of answers, the police these days. We're talking, 30, 40 years ago. Times were a little bit different back then, I guess. So I guess it's just going to open up a can of worms. It's just going to be...
I've been emailing a detective recently at Oak Flats Illawarra Command, and also the previous inspector up in forensics, and his opinion is we don't have a location. And I said that's a complete fabrication. That's a lie. You were given maps. Even on my YouTube video, I cited a map twice during that presentation of a location that the witness had circled. And I said, we do have a site. So, very frustrating.
Thank you, Mr. Dakers. The government?
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions, if that's all right,
Yeah,
Chair.
sure,
Thanks to
Mr.
you both so
Lawrence.
much for coming along. Just for you, Kevin, if I could firstly, I'm just curious, does your family believe that those letters came from your sister?
No.
No.
In all, no. We studied them pretty thoroughly. Mum said, "That's not my daughter. That's not my daughter's writing."
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah.
Unless it was done under duress, writing could change. Someone else could have been writing it
Yeah.
on her behalf. It's a tough one.
Yeah.
I was called back into an inquiry in the 90s. I moved to Queensland 13 years, so I returned in the early 90s, and I got a call from a detective, said they're having a real look at this case. I went down, and in the interview I said, "Okay, what do you got?" They said, "Nothing." I said, "What do you mean, nothing?" They said, "We lost everything." Wow, okay. That was it. As far as it went. We have lost everything.
Mr. Lawrence?
So how far from where your sister was last seen is this piece of land that you want to search?
2 kilometres?
Right, 2 kilometres.
Maybe.
Yeah, and in the video, I added a part on the end of it, from the bus stop and the drive up to the turn off. It's only a few minutes. And at the time, in the video, I state, of course, if it's on the road working, they could have been doing Primby bypass back then. And there were street signs, and I said in the video, all he's got to say is, "Oh, the road's probably blocked up ahead. I know a shortcut." Bang, down the lane. Done.
It was like a laneway.
It's that easy,
It was a laneway off the main road.
off the main road, down to the dunes, yeah.
Yeah. So if you assume that the letter was not sent by your sister, have you thought over the years about how the person who sent the letter would have known the address and so forth? Like, was your family's name published in the media in that time period, or?
Were we in the media at that time? I don't really know. I don't think so around that time. So that's a fair question. Probably take that on notice.
Yeah, because I suppose you would suspect that if the letters were fake, that the person who sent them had a motive to do that, maybe to, for example, create a false impression that your sister was somewhere that she wasn't, or that she was still alive if she wasn't still
100%,
alive.
Yeah, that's what I believe. And I hear there's other situations, similar cases where they've received letters.
Yeah.
So I'd like to get them letters together and compare them, put a bit of a comparison, and have a look at the writing and just see the wording. And
Oh, so you've heard of similar situations where missing people, their families have received letters? Right, okay.
There's a number of cases.
Yeah.
Linda
Darren
Davies
can confirm
and,
that.
and Marion Sanford disappeared at the same time and wrote very similar letters.
And letters were all from Darlinghurst? No?
They left notes. Yeah, some left letters, some left notes, but there was a similar
Wow.
framing in the letters in all 1979, 1980.
Yeah.
Have detectives done any comparison handwriting with Malat in regard to letters? I don't think that's even happened.
That's another thing.
It's basic detective work.
I had people on Facebook sending me Ivan Malat's writing and saying, "Is this any good to you? Do you want to compare this to your sister's, what they say was your sister's letter?" So the community, if it wasn't for the community, I'll tell you what, we wouldn't be sitting here today.
Yeah.
Mr. Nanda, Mr. Lawrence, any more?
No more from me.
Just one from me, Chair. Mr. Dackers, you referred in your opening statement to hitting a number of brick walls in relation to these matters. What's your best assessment of why you think you're hitting those, or did hit those brick walls as you try to address things?
Bureaucracy, complacency, and just lack of interest. I think, unfortunately, even with an inspector we were talking to, Kevin and I, he goes, "Oh, I'm going to retire in the next couple of years." You know, they're just getting in that cruise mode. And I think that's don't rock the boat. And we'll have other police here today giving evidence. And when you get a big body of people and you get a real big cross-section of that, of different people's personalities, their giftings, their abilities, and all sorts of different things, and they're the brick walls you hit. And there's some form of police that I had worked with who had to leave the job because they were just incompetent, you know, and it was obvious. Some people are under the radar, and this is what happens as well. But the whole thing, and this is why this inquiry is so important, it needs to be an overhaul.
Did you ever get the sense that there was a sort of resentment that you might be intruding on their work or second guessing their conclusions or efforts?
Yeah, it does come across a little bit like that. It's like, go away. Yeah, I've got an excuse. I've been seconded here or seconded there, or, I'm busy, I haven't got time. It's always excuses. A big book of excuses, unfortunately.
Thank you, Mr. Dacus. Mrs. Merton.
Thank you very much, and to both of you. So, Mr. Dacus, just to confirm, following that response, in terms of the identified site as marked on on the map here, and the evidence that you have provided as to which leads you to think that warrants investigation, there's been no specific search or investigation on that identified site.
Nothing.
Not by Sydney search
Sydney
dogs.
Search Dogs come down.
Oh, they come down, but we couldn't get onto the site. Yeah.
Thank you. And Mr. Doherty, in your opening remarks, you made reference to witnesses coming forward to the police and there being no response. Could you sort of share with us maybe what one of those incidences may be? Who would have been the last witness coming forward to the police and providing evidence relating to this?
There's so many, and it's so hard to remember them all over the years. I do have some in my phone. I do have notes. I do have letters. The recent ones have virtually been the witness Mr. Dacus was talking about, and my neighbour, how he was picked up a couple of years before it from the same area.
So, Mr. Dockett, just step us through the process that people are following on this. If they are, they've got evidence, they're a witness on what they saw. What are they doing? Are they presenting to the police, or
They've all been to the police,
Yeah.
except this one witness who didn't want to go to the police, who spoke with us, and he's been over to the site several times with us. So yes, every one of them that has said something to me or sent something to me had been in contact with either the local police or Crime Stoppers. Never got any reply from them.
And is there possibly a receipt or a recording that witness, has made evidence available? Or possibly just given that a report was made, full stop?
I probably couldn't answer that.
The first witness, he was interviewed at my house.
Right.
And he gave a statement. Yeah. So it's, And the 5-page statement from the other guy, I forwarded to detectives as well.
Thank you. And Mr. Dacus, just further on that point and your recent comment there, that when you became aware that the police file on this case was presented to be empty.
Yes.
Despite what we've heard today about the number of witnesses that have gone forward.
This is in the 90s.
Yeah, okay.
But obviously now that I don't know what they've got.
Does Mrs. McDonald have a question, or you just want to check in, Rachel? Could I just, before we conclude, we've got to wrap up at 10:15. Can you tell us about the coronial inquest? So in 2009, you were approached by the police. They're telling you that were they coronial advocates, or were they New South Wales detectives doing their work? Tell us about the coronial inquest. What happened during and after that, if you could, in a couple of minutes, Mr. Doherty.
I guess it wasn't long once the detectives come on board that we started to realise through their talk that there was a lot of cold cases that need to be solved or closed. And we sort of realised pretty early, around 2009, 2010, it was going to a coronial inquest. When it went to a coronial inquest in 2009, he virtually was going to close the case. I virtually stood up and just spoke on behalf of Mum, and all I said was, if there's no evidence and there's no body, why are you going to close this case? So they left it open until 2013. That's when we went back for the second inquest. At that time, they just said my sister had been murdered shortly after she disappeared. Still no evidence, no proof. By that time, there wasn't much more we could say. My mum virtually felt very ill in the court at that time. She died several months later.
At those inquests, was anyone mentioned as a person of interest or? No. They had no leads whatsoever.
That's the difference between
Yeah.
an inquest and an inquiry. Inquiry is ongoing, an inquest is just a conclusion, basically, that's what you'll see.
Okay, thank you. I've just got a question from Mrs. McDonald. Are you there, Mrs. McDonald? Can you hear us? Unfortunately, we can't hear her. She's on the WebEx? You might be, if she can hear us, you might be on mute, Aileen. No message. Look, the time being 10:15, thank you very much. We
pleasure.
deeply appreciate your submissions, your testimony here today. It's very useful to the inquiry, and we thank you very much for, and our deepest sympathies go to you, of course,
Thank you,
in this
Jeremy.
terrible circumstance. So we deeply appreciate your submission and your courage in coming forward here to give evidence today. Thank you very much.
And we're
Gentlemen.
available for ongoing.
Of course, no problem.
Thank
If there's any questions, the Secretariat and the members will be in contact in due course. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you to all
We
the
deeply
committee.
appreciate it.
We're grateful, very grateful.
Thank
More than
you.
you can imagine.
Mr. Rowland, and welcome, Mr. Hughes. Thank you very much for making the time and travelling a considerable way, all the way up from Wales, to give evidence. We deeply appreciate it. Before we begin, could each witness please state your name and swear either the oath or affirmation? And I'll start with you, Mr. Rowland.
Thank you. Steve Rowland. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you, Mr. Rowland. Mr. Hughes.
I, Hugh Hughes, I swear that the evidence now that I'm about to give by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Before we turn to some questions, do either or both of you have some introductory remarks you'd like to make?
Yes, if I may.
Mr. Rowland, if we could start with you.
Thanks very much. Just on behalf of the Rowland family, I'd like to firstly thank everyone at the inquiry for their attendance and to have us here. We really appreciate it. It's been 55 years since we lost my sister and her baby.
Sorry, Mr. Rowland, we've just got Dr. Hughes on the line now, so before you start, I just need to swear her.
Perfect.
Dr. Hughes, can you hear me?
I can. Good morning.
Good morning. Dr. Hughes, thank you for joining us. Could I just, before we begin, could I just get you to state your name and swear either the oath or affirmation, please? Which hopefully you have in front of you.
I can. Good morning. Thank you very much. I have...
Dr. Hughes.
Thank you. My name is Andrea Hughes. I'm Karen's cousins, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you, Dr. Hughes. Apologies, Mr. Rowland, we just had to do that.
No
Please
problem.
proceed.
Sure, I shall start again.
Yes, please.
It's been 55 years since we lost my sister and her baby. We've got a very large and close family, and we're still looking for answers. Unfortunately, my mum and dad have passed, and not knowing what happened to Karen and her bub. But With unwavering support and help from family, we have and will continue to search for answers. We're finding it incredibly difficult to get the same support and help from the investigating authorities, unfortunately. After sitting down in February in 2017 with my cousin Andrea and Hugh, we decided that after 46 years of no success, we would look into this as far as we can ourselves. What we've discovered has been nothing short of devastating. We have found that the investigating body has very little or no information, connected notes or evidence left from February 1971. And to further the situation, it appears that they're not prepared to allow access to or help the family with any information, even when it's been offered and made available from other jurisdictions. We consider there can only be two reasons really for this, one being an attempt to cover up sort of gross mismanagement and mistakes that were made in the investigation, and or an attempt to hide something possibly more sinister from the public. Either way, this has been extremely difficult for our family and friends, and we feel more could be and should be done in the quest to find justice for Karen, her bub, and our family. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rowland. Mr. Hughes.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Right, since 2017, we've been reviewing the case using all open source material that's available, and the answers that we've been getting from the police do not make sense to me. I'm an experienced police officer with 30 years experience, most of it on CID, investigating or working on numerous incident rooms, and also with an experience in crime intelligence, and towards the latter end of my career, strategic development for the investigations of missing persons, and sitting on an advisory panel for the whole of the southeast of England, population of 18 million. So I've got a little bit of an idea what I'm talking about. And the responses we were getting from the AFP did not make sense. Based on the information the police and the family's experience from that, the only hypothesis that I can draw from it is that the police are hiding something. We've reviewed our experience along the lines of a Daniel Morgan case in the UK, where Morgan was found with an axe in his head in 1987, and the police originally said that it was suicide. Like the Morgan case, the term institutional corruption is the only description that I can come up with that fits the facts of our experience. The term means that the current organisation and its people are trying to cover up from errors they made in the past. Unfortunately, as it stands today, I can't rule that out. In fact, a detective, through our experience, said to Steve, "We've really dropped the ball on this one," and therefore the lack of the response from them, or the appropriate detailed response from them, strongly suggests institutional corruption and trying to protect the reputation of previous colleagues and of the organisation. I also asked experienced retired UK senior investigation officers to review the material that I had got independently. Both of them don't know each other, but I know the two of them worked independently. And all three of us have come up and saying the response that we're getting just does not make sense, so therefore we smell a rat. Unfortunately, and this is where I struggle, I am hoping that all they're doing is trying to cover up incompetencies. That's bad enough, but I can't rule out that there is something more sinister than this going on, that they're trying to hide something even greater with regards to corruption than just trying to cover up for incompetencies.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes. Dr. Hughes, just be mindful, Dr. Hughes, there's a bit of a lag there, so we'll do the best we can. But over to you, Dr. Hughes.
Thank you very much. I don't really have a great deal to add to what Steve and Hugh have said. We have worked on this case for the last 8 years as a trio, but with good family support behind us. No family should have to go through what we have done. Steve and his immediate family have had 55 years to experience the lack of support, ignorance, poor leadership, parochialism, arrogance, perhaps lack of care of the work that police do in relation to the investigation. And I think now is the time for all the organisations to take appropriate responsibility for what they've done. I support the challenge regarding the Daniel Morgan case regarding institutional corruption. We're very pleased to have this inquiry, and we hopefully will have some acceptance of responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm mindful I asked the questions first questions previously to the government. Do you have some questions?
I've got a couple of questions. If
Yeah,
that's right.
please
Happy to start,
fire away,
Chair.
Mr. Lawrence.
Thanks so much for coming along, and thanks for your evidence and for travelling as well. To your knowledge, have police attributed Kay's murder to any other person potentially?
Karen.
Sorry, Karen.
No idea. We have no idea. We've asked that question. We have no idea. I certainly had a meeting in 2019 with Clive Small. He presented me with a document, New South Wales police document, which he wouldn't let me keep, but he allowed me to review, which set out a number of reasons why, and it clearly showed that in 1994, 1995, Task Force Air, after reviewing the material that AFP held on Karen's case, had deduced that Malat was certainly a person of interest, if not a suspect, for Karen's case. And to use Clive's own words, at that time, that he was the only suspect the AFP had in relation to Karen.
Yeah. So to your knowledge, there's no other serial killer who's known to have been operating at that time who's been actively considered as a suspect?
To my knowledge, no, there isn't. We've asked the question and we've had no answer to that.
Yeah.
I would love it if that was. Would I love it? No. It would be a relief if we knew that there was an active line of investigation going on in relation to somebody else, but I don't believe there is.
And in terms of Ivan Malat, was anything shared with you over the years in terms of his movements at that particular time, his presence in that area, or anything like that?
On that document, and Clive Small in his book that he published in 2014 sets out that Ivan Malat was working in the Quimbian area immediately before Karen went missing.
There are other elements of Karen's homicide that bear the hallmarks of Ivan Malat, and I know it's difficult, but could you expand on those? What you know about the circumstances and manner of her death that cause you to think that they have similarities to the modus operandi of Ivan Malat?
Yeah, I haven't seen the crime scene photographs, but again, in speaking to Clive Small, he is saying the area in which Karen's body was found, it's in a pine plantation between Canberra and Quimbian, and the area is very similar, so he says, to the Belanglo forest findings. The position of the body and the way the body was hidden with shrubbery was very similar. There was also a brown beer bottle found near the body that is similar to a number of other cases that have been proved. So there are similarities there, and there is a suggestion that Karen's body was or had been interfered with.
Which is similar to...
Absolutely.
To the Belanglo.
Yeah.
You mentioned in your opening address that you've been blocked from obtaining information, and in your submission that there's a considerable body of information that you can't access through the archives. Could you elaborate on that?
Yeah, really good story there. I'd obviously got this information from Clive Small. we went back to the Australian Federal Police or the ACT Police who handled Kieran's investigation. I like to double check everything, so even Clive had told me that. I wanted to corroborate that. So we went back to them and said, look, this is what we've been told. We were told under absolutely clear. Clive shouldn't have shown you that. No, it's totally wrong. It doesn't exist. It's totally wrong, and Clive should never have told you that. We then, 2 years later, we were at a forensic science conference here in Sydney. My wife approached Karen Webb, the then commissioner, and said she'd be writing to her. She wrote to Karen Webb, and I've got to give my thanks to Karen Webb for what she did next. She then got officers within the Unsolved Homicide team to contact Andrea. They contacted her with some of the details about Ivan's working patterns and confirmed that he was working for the Water Authority 2 weeks before Karen went missing, but didn't confirm the area, but said, we have an 8-page document that we're happy to share with you, but you'll need to apply under GIPA. We applied under GIPA.
In the ACT, sorry?
No, we applied under GIPA in New South Wales. Everything was going smoothly, everything was going fine, and then we get a phone call to say one of our partner agencies have objected and therefore we can't share it with you. We asked who that was and they said it's the AFP. And to this date, we don't know why the AFP have prevented us having access to that document.
Thank you. Mr. Borzak, do you have a question?
Yeah, that leads me into thinking about what you said in your evidence before in relation to institutional corruption. I gather you're talking there about the AFP?
Yes.
And
With our experience to date, our family's experience to date, I've got nothing but praise for members of New South Wales Police. Those that can, Clive Small, Karen Webb, and have tried to do what they can, but they seem to have had their hands tied by partner agencies, being the AFP.
So getting some perspective on it, I mean, really, the primary investigation, of course, back then wasn't done by the New South Wales Police, was it?
No, it wasn't. It was done by the Commonwealth Police, I think it was.
By the AFP. So the New South Wales Police didn't have any hand other than most recently in relation to Karen Webb, or was there involvement through Mr. Small earlier than that?
I'm led to believe Task Force Air reviewed all of Kieran's material in 1994. I've got the exact date, and I think it's in the submission, the exact date when detectives from Task Force Air visited the AFP and were given access to all bar one file. And again, we don't know why they weren't given access to that one file in relation to Karen Rowland's case. And that's how they've produced this 8-page document where they say that there's no further written lines of evidence, but we cannot rule Ivan Milat out. And that's where it stopped in 94, 95.
So why do you think AFP are hiding?
I don't know. I have no idea. I'm
Just
hoping.
Incompetence?
That's what I'm hoping. And I don't know what's in those files. I'd love to see what's in the files. And you'll see in our submission, there are a set of 9 files that were filed within the National Archive. Some of them classified as top secret. I've never seen murder investigations classified as top secret. So I don't know what was going on there. We've asked the questions why. Nobody has any answers. It just doesn't ring true. Karen's was the only unsolved homicide paperwork filed at the National Archives. Why was it filed there? We've asked the question. We've hit a brick wall, no answers.
So the National Archives actually disclose who files it?
Yeah, they did. It was the AFP.
So it was the AFP?
Yeah.
So they filed it there to hide it?
I don't
Block
know.
it?
They filed it there. It was open. We made inquiries. They closed it and they've removed it.
And to our knowledge, if I can add, it's highly unusual that a murder case that's still in current would be filed in the archives. There's no one else that has been.
Yeah, I mean, I've found archived files of my family arriving from Europe,
Yeah.
but I've never heard of murder being filed in there until I saw your evidence.
It's unusual.
Yeah.
And we've asked the questions, tried to get answers to that, and we just draw a blank. The interesting part is, of course, is the original, those files being deposited in the National Archives happened 18 months after Ivan Milat lost any chance of appeal. So I don't know whether they were being held on to by the police in case Ivan had been successful in an appeal. I don't know. These are just speculations, but I've got no fact to
I
support
mean,
that.
the AFP have never said to you that they lost files, have they? At any stage?
They've said they've lost material and forensic evidence. Yes.
As an experienced police investigator, Mr. Hughes, what's your I'll ask you to sort of reflect on what it means if you accept that Ivan Milat was potentially capable of murder in 1971, to his behaviours going forward. If he was capable of the murder of Karen Rowland in 1971, what does that say about the period that then leads to your understanding of the behaviours of people who are serial killers, his behaviour in that intervening period in 1970s, 80s, until he's found guilty of a number of homicides in the 1990s?
Okay. First of all, I'll start with the standpoint. I would like nothing more than to rule Ivan Milat out. I haven't been able to do that to date. So if I accept that it was Ivan Milat, there are certain trigger points that I believe led to his offending in relation to Karen. The main one being the death of his sister in a road traffic accident 2 weeks before Karen went missing. And we see with other offences that he's been convicted of that an issue with his personal life or with a significant female in his life happens quite soon before he goes on and offends. I think with Karen, I think he picked Karen up and was sexually motivated in picking her up. He didn't pick her up with the intention of, oh, I'm going to pick up a girl and kill her. There is evidence of somebody cruising on Constitution Avenue 3 days before Karen went missing in a New South Wales car. Again, AFP has done very little with regards to that, which I still think today could be an active line of inquiry. But there's somebody cruising around for young girls. I think he was sexually motivated there. I think Karen put up a fight, if we're going to follow that line, outside the gun gates, and I think he strangled her there and had a shock that he was surprised that he'd got a dead body with him. He went to the first logical place, which is where she is dumped, and dumps the body. And I think he's got a thrill from that, and then he's gone on, as we see with numerous serial killers around the world. They start off with petty thefts and things like that, move on to sexual assaults, get over the threshold of killing, get a buzz from it, and they carry on.
So they build capacity
Absolutely.
in terms of their criminality over time.
Absolutely, and you've got far better experienced expert witnesses presenting to you today that will, I'm pretty certain, agree with what I'm saying.
Thank you. Mrs. Merton or Mrs. McDonald, do you have anything to ask? Sure,
Thank you.
Mrs. Merton.
Yeah, thank you very much to both of you. If I could just pick up the issue relating to a confession located in the Canberra Dead Letter Office. Wondering if you might be able to just elucidate about that.
Yeah, we were, and Steve may come in on this, we were contacted by a lady who claimed that in, I think it was 1997, 98, was covering maternity cover, and she worked in the Dead Letter Office at the post office in main post
In Ainslie, yeah,
in Ainslie in ACT, and that a letter turned up where it purported to be from the killer of Karen Rowland, knew an awful lot about the case and unfortunately the lady didn't keep a copy of it. She didn't take any notes of it, but she clearly remembered the subject that was within the letter. She claims that she phoned the detectives within ACT policing to say that she had this letter, and she was told, oh, it's probably a hoax, throw it in the bin. She thought about it overnight, decided that wasn't the right thing to do, so then phoned up the next day and they said, oh, well, post it in to us, which is what she did. She has provided an affidavit to the family in relation to that. I see no reason why she would come forward and say that and go into a magistrate's court to swear out an affidavit if there isn't any truth in that. We again have asked the AFP, have you got a copy of this letter that was supposedly posted into you? They have no record of the letter.
Nothing.
And what's interesting in a number of media articles, I understand there were a number of letters prior to that that had been sent in to the police in relation to Kieran's case. And again, the police have no record, or we're told they have no record of those.
So Mr Hughes, just to confirm that this letter, along with other evidence that you stated, was provided to police, and then investigations to police, these documents or this evidence is missing from the file.
They've got no record of it.
In terms of the content of the reported Canberra dead letter, what were there details in terms of, confession of was it in terms of confession of relating to the murder?
I would have to take that on notice and go back to the affidavit we've got and perhaps share that with you.
Does Mrs. McDonald have a question online?
She can hear us.
Yes, but I don't have a question from her. What would your recommendation to the inquiry be going forward? What would you, if both of you could expand on this, what would you like to see happen going forward in terms of the unsolved homicide relating to Kieran?
I would like to see a responsibility put on New South Wales, well, all Australian police forces, to perhaps take the College of Policing model with regards to placing a duty of candour on the police, that when they've made mistakes, when things have gone wrong, they have a duty to be open, honest and transparent with inquiries, with the public and with the victims and the victims' families of crime. I'm very mindful of the writings above the Old Bailey in the United Kingdom, and I've got it on my tie here, and it says, defend the children of the poor and punish the wrongdoers. It's not just the police that have that responsibility, it is the courts, and it's yourselves as the politicians. We all have a responsibility. The police need to learn to be open, honest and transparent and own mistakes. Look, we're not out here to slate the police, me least so. But if they've made mistakes, families deserve to know. We can't do anything about those mistakes, they've happened. But at least it helps the family understand what has happened rather than being told nothing. Absolutely nothing. And all you can deduce from that is that there's something more sinister going on. I'm not sure there is, but the families deserve better. Australia deserves better.
Thank you, Mr. Rowland.
Yeah, in relation to Kieran's case, I in particular I'd like the AFP to come forward with the information or any information that they may have. They maintain that they, through whatever reason, have lost everything in relation to having, evidence of any sort of Kieran's. I also particularly question the inquest, in as much as we've been told from a number of sources that it was very well carried out. But after having looked through it, I mean, things were obviously different 55 years ago. However, there's just so many little bits and pieces. In fact, the post-mortem, after this inquest, the first thing they came back to us was possible suicide. And the way Karen was found, it's just impossible. I mean, I just don't know how they could come back with that in mind. I mean, it's just ludicrous, really. They've since rearranged and changed their idea and their verdict on it to, you know, death by misadventure, obviously. But because of that, there's things where there was notes taken by one of the chief constables there or the sergeant there, saying that they'd checked every local pervert, is the way he put it in the thing. They'd checked all these people to make sure to see where they were at the time, if there was possibility of them. I've asked them if we could find out or see what those names were on that. There's been absolutely no answer, which is normal from what we've, you know, got in the past from the AFP. But all I want to know is Ivan Milat's name on that list? And if it isn't, why isn't it? When you consider that he was, you know, brought in for a rape like 2 or 3 weeks after Karen was found, after Karen went missing.
He was charged for a rape on the Hume Highway just 2 weeks later, wasn't he?
Correct.
Yeah.
Dr. Hughes, would you like to respond to that? What would you
Yes.
like to see happen going forward?
Thank you very much. I think that as much as possible, the submission has highlighted in as much detail as we could possibly include the timeline of all the experiences that we have had. And from what we have garnered, as Hugh and Steve has said, we genuinely believe that Karen's case is absolutely pivotal to this inquiry. I'm mindful of my location, and therefore I refer the committee to specifically to page 3, where we think that there were opportunities that have been missed in relation to Ivan Milat. It's already been alluded to with Margaret and Greta being abducted in 1971 and one of the girls raped just at Goulburn. He then absconded. So page 3, we consider that there were opportunities, and why wasn't he considered? In April 71 for the abduction and rape. In 1974, when he went to trial and was acquitted for the 1971 rape. In 1974, he was considered and then excluded for the murder of Bronwyn Richardson in Albany. In 1990,
Sorry, Albury, was that
Albury.
Albury?
Albany.
Albury,
was-
beg your pardon.
It's written Albany in the submission, it's
In the
Albury.
It's
document
Albury.
about
Yeah.
Albury.
New South Wales. Yep.
Beg your pardon. And then in 1995, when Task Force Air reviewed, keeping in mind every box except one. Now, if that's true, it would sound to me, I hypothesize, did Task Force Air absolutely have all the possible information available to them from the AFP in order to undertake their inquiries for Task Force Air? That box might have nothing in it. It might be completely irrelevant. But until we find out what was in that box, we do not know even that Task Force Air may not have been completed appropriately and completely. Karen was included for the suspect for the disappearance of Peter Letcher as well, and Diane Panaccio. In 2008, he lost his appeals, and then in 2014, Clive Small and Tom Gilling's book was published, and then in 2018, there were the final interviews, and that was the last opportunity to put anything to Milat. We have had information that actually suggests strongly that some of the questions for the interviews that were undertaken for Ivan Milat may very well have been designed by a journalist. If that is true, and that needs to be answered by New South Wales Police and by ACT Police, if that is true, then I am absolutely dumbfounded that the police did not design all of the questions. He was interviewed by men. It was well known, and Tim Watson-Munro will be able to expand on this later on. It was well known that he needed to be confronted about things in a particular way because of the type of person that he was. And all the way through his trial with the backpacker murders, he professed his innocence. So we don't know whether he was actually had a cognitive interview put to him about Karen or the other people that Clive Small considered were most likely to be attributed to Ivan Milat. Those are questions for New South Wales Police. But in our submission, we've identified 6 opportunities where we think Ivan Milat could have been stopped. And at least a few of those, 1971 and 74, were before the backpacker murders. And that's something that this inquiry needs to bottom out and find out what happened for the sake of all the other people coming along after us in this inquiry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just one more from me, if I could,
Mr.
Chair.
Lawrence, please.
So just to confirm, coming out of the written submission that you provided, effectively ACT Policing or the AFP have lost all the exhibits that were found where Karen's body was found?
That's what they've told us.
They're claiming
They don't know where they are.
Yeah, and that includes a beer bottle that was
Yeah,
at the scene.
that does, yes.
So you would assume that if those things were still retained, that they could be DNA tested or fingerprinted?
Absolutely, they could.
Were they fingerprinted at the time? That's what we'd like to know.
They could still be fingerprinted. And another something to throw into this inquiry that you may choose to consider as well is that Ivan Milat was in a gold Ford Fairmont when he abducted and raped the 2 girls in 1971. I would, certainly if I was investigating the case back then, even back in 1971, I would want that car forensically examined, tapings taken for hair or whatever. Was that ever done? That's a question for New South Wales Police. And if it was done, are those tapings still in existence? Because I know of a number of cases where those tapings have been found in cold cases and where they've led to identification of a victim being in a vehicle or all sorts. Again, those questions have been asked and we've got no answer.
So have you been given any explanation for the loss of all those exhibits?
No, it's just happened over time.
Right. And one of the recommendations that you seek is for indefinite retention of exhibits. Is that right?
Absolutely, yes. Certainly in unsolved cases, yes. And better management of exhibits.
Yeah.
Number of times cases are lost because police do not handle exhibits correctly. They take shortcuts.
Yeah.
And there are no shortcuts to be taken with exhibits. Do it properly. And as you well know.
Yeah. So in terms of the other Milat crime that he was arrested for around that time, not being connected to this one at the time, has there been any suggestion that that was because obviously ACT Policing or the AFP were investigating Karen's disappearance initially, whereas the other one was a New South Wales matter? Has it been suggested that they weren't sharing information or...?
We've had no answer. We've asked that question. We note from press cuttings that I think it is in the May 1971, ACT police officers go to Goulburn to interview somebody. We know that because of press cuttings again, that the ACT police report that they've been to Sydney to consider somebody and that they don't consider their suspect could be the same person responsible for Bronwyn Richardson. So we know there must be some communications going on there. It's just we're not getting any straight answers.
Yeah, we've been stymied totally, just nothing.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose a lot would have changed between 1971 and now in terms of information sharing, capacity, artificial intelligence now even,
Yeah,
to
one would
ensure
hope.
those things are almost cross-referenced in real time.
Yeah, but what hasn't changed now is the sharing of information with families.
Yeah.
And just wanting to know a little bit of clarity. We don't get we get a just total, I'm sorry, we can't help you, or I don't know. And there's things that we've been looking ourselves, particularly through press clippings, etc. My dad kept everything, of course. That we need more answers. That there would be answers. Most of the police that I'm talking to today, most of them weren't born when Karen died.
Yeah.
However, they've been given to the family to look after this, and they have no idea about what they're doing.
And in terms of the missing exhibits, have you been assured that exhaustive searches have been undertaken, that they've turned the place upside down?
There was the case of Karen's handbag. Her clothing, I believe, was never returned. They were told me it was probably destroyed. Her handbag, with the contents in it, with her pay from the day, or from that day before, was all intact. They maintain that was presented back to my father in 1974. I asked is that the normal thing that you do in an unsolved homicide case, is to give that sort of stuff back to the family? Their answer to that was that they had no idea what they did in 1974, so that must be what's happened. And I have asked since for a receipt to see that we did receive it. They did supply me an A4 page with some detail on it, and it definitely had my father's signature on it.
It seems curious that they would have that record,
well,
but not the other exhibit.
Isn't it funny?
Suggests they've got some storage
What
system
gets
for that.
worse is it is definitely my father's signature. I would know it anywhere. However, it was photostated on at an odd angle just on the side of the page, which is nothing. He would never have signed a piece of paper like that. He was very, very particular with that sort of thing.
But in terms of physical exhibits, like beer bottles, things that you pick up at a crime scene, have you been told by ACT Policing AFP that they don't have any such exhibits at all in relation to any case from that time?
Yes.
Or do they have some still stored, but not for this case?
we know that they've got some from that time because, again, picking it up out there in the media, there's the Alan Redston case, which happened before Karen, and I'm aware that, I think it was probably about 5 years ago, they were taking...
66,
but about 5 or 6 years ago, they took strappings that they'd got from the body of Adam Redston and sent them over to the UK for DNA analysis. So they've certainly got his exhibits, but they don't appear to have Karen Rowland's exhibits, and no explanations
been given.
Now, we were promised by Neil Gagan, the Chief Officer of Police, in 2019 that they were going to carry out a full cold case review. To date, and it would be shared with us, to date we haven't received that. Now, one of the senior investigating officers I worked with back in the UK, he headed up Thames Valley's Unsolved or cold case review team. He offered to come over to ACT and do a cold case for them on Karen's case. He said it would take no more, at maximum, than 3 months to do a cold case review, a full cold case review. We're now, 7 years down the line, and that review still hasn't happened.
So you've not... Sorry.
You go.
Yeah, just one more, is that right?
Yeah, sure, of
So,
course.
so you have not been told what particular efforts the AFP's made to ascertain whether those exhibits are anywhere at all?
No.
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 A specific question just before we conclude, and that is, have you ever sought from the New South Wales Police Ivan Milat's work records, or in that document that Clive Small? Have you ever, and what has been the response of the New South Wales Police in relation to that, in terms of establishing his whereabouts
We have
at that time?
We have an email from a detective inspector with an unsolved homicide that sets out partial details of Ivan Milat's work records, specifically around the dates leading up to Karen going missing, and he's confirmed that. He's given us the box file number of where Ivan Milat's work records are, and we've got that file number. And he said that we'd be able to apply for the report that they've written and specific dates around his work file under GIPA, and that's as far as we got applying for that.
So you've
And
been
then
told
stopped.
that those work records exist,
Exist, yes,
but
we
you
have.
haven't been able to access them?
Yes.
In terms of the detailed dates?
Absolutely.
Well, look, thank you very much. The time's 11 o'clock. I think we could ask some more questions, but that's the time we have. To all of you, again, our deepest sympathies on your loss, and thank you very much for your efforts in pursuing justice for your family member, and also in coming here today to give evidence. It's been incredibly useful and interesting, and I'm sure members will have supplementary questions which we will put forward for written answer. And I don't think we've taken anything on notice, but if we have, the Secretariat will be in contact in due course in that regard. So thank you again for your attendance here today, the committee and the Parliament. Thank you very much.
And thank you all for what you're doing in bringing this to the forefront. You're doing some really sterling, really good work here, so thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rowland. Thank you. Everyone, it is now time for a recess for 15 minutes. We will reconvene at 11:15 a.m. when we will hear from Mr. Paul Grimmer and Mr. Ricky Nash. So we'll be back here at 11:15 a.m. sharp. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
16 or 11:17. If we could reconvene, that would be greatly appreciated. Could someone find the other... Everyone for being back, for coming back. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you to our next round of witnesses, Mr. Grimmer and Mr. Nash. Before we recommence, could each witness please state your name and swear either the oath or affirmation? And I'll start with you, Mr. Grimmer.
My name's Paul Grimmer. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nash.
My name is Ricky Nash. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. I understand you both have some introductory remarks.
Yes.
Mr. Grimmer, if you could start.
Firstly, I'd like to thank Honourable Gerald Buckerman and the Deputy Chair and the MLCs for allowing us to do this. I'm the brother of Cheryl Grimmer, and I'm here today to give a personal insight into being a family member of a long-term missing person. I've put in my submission for change and transparency for the way the families are treated and made to feel different by the different agencies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Grimmer. Mr. Nash.
Thank you, Jeremy. And reiterate those words, thank you for today. We're grateful to be here. Before I read my impact statement and the 74 questions that I've tabled for the committee, I'd like to just read this out. For more than 50 years, our family have lived with the consequences of failures. And that should never have happened. Failures that denied our little sister, Cheryl, the dignity that she deserved and denied us the truth we should have been given in 1971. Today is not just about grief, it's about accountability, especially after listening to your first two guests. It's about asking how those entrusted to protect Cheryl could let her and all of us down so completely. If those entrusted to protect my sister had simply done their job properly in 1971, I truly believe our family would have known the truth more than 50 years ago. In the days following Cheryl's abduction, a ransom note was received, one that police believed to be genuine, and assessed as being written by a 14 to 15-year-old. Yet in a decision that defies all logic, that note was broadcast on national television just 2 days before the ransom was supposed to be collected. Police publicly announced where and when it would happen, turning what should have been a controlled, careful operation into a public spectacle. 15 months later, a 17-year-old male came forward and confessed in graphic detail to abducting, wanting to rape our little sister, and then murdering her because she had the courage to fight back. A detailed confession, an opportunity to find Cheryl, to uncover the truth, and to give our family answers when it mattered most. But that opportunity was not taken. The area the offender led police to was not thoroughly searched. Vital leads were not pursued with the urgency or care they deserved. Even now, it is impossible to comprehend how such a critical chain of events was so badly mishandled. Because of these failures, that confession, our chance at the truth, was left to gather dust for over 4 decades. And because of that, our family has spent more than half a century living with unanswered questions, unimaginable grief, and the knowledge that the truth may have been within reach all along. We are left with unbearable reality that this did not have to be our story. If the authorities had simply followed through, if they had done their job with care, professionalism, and the urgency my sister deserved, we firmly believe we would have known the truth all those years ago. We would not be here today, and our lives, every part of them, would have been different. I want to tell you a little bit about Cheryl. Cheryl was not a case file. She was an amazing, funny little girl. Cheryl was cheeky, bubbly, and beautiful. She was a daughter and our sister, who was only just beginning her life. Her life should have been filled with love, exciting adventures, and family memories. Cheryl was mischievous. She loved teasing me and my brothers, and then running straight to our parents, hiding behind them and laughing. Because she knew Mum and Dad were a safe place. She would peek out from behind them and laugh at us, knowing she had won. Come to think of that, Cheryl was always laughing, always smiling, something I'm sure many of you see in your own children and grandchildren today. That was Cheryl, a little girl full of life. A little girl who should have grown up, a little girl who should still be here today. On the 12th of January 1970, our family went to Ferry Meadow Beach. It was meant to be a normal Australian summer day. A day at the beach with family, but that day changed our lives forever. Cheryl disappeared from Ferry Meadow Beach change rooms. One moment she was there, and as my brother said in the past, the next minute she was gone. Searches began in the hours thereafter. Police investigations followed. The community rallied around our family, but Cheryl was never found. And our family was left with a question that has followed us for more than 50 years. What happened to Cheryl? For me personally, that day has never left me because I was the brother that left her alone in the change room. That is something I've carried with me my entire life. For more than 5 decades, I've asked myself the same questions over and over. What if I'd stayed? What if I waited a little bit longer? Would Cheryl still be here today? The truth is, if it had to be one of us that day, I wish it would have been me. I've lived more than 50 years asking myself, why was it Cheryl and not me? No brother should ever have to live with that their little sister might still be alive today if I'd made a different choice. Phew, she was tougher than me. But that is the weight that I've carried for more than 5 decades. That guilt never truly leaves you. It shapes how you see yourself. It shapes how you live your life. It stays with you forever, no matter how many people try to help. Despite all of that guilt, there was one thing that helped me get through life. Hope. For many years I held on to hope that one day Cheryl would just knock on the door. That she would stand there smiling and say, "Hey, big brother, it's me. What's been happening?" As unrealistic as that hope may sound, it was something that helped me keep going through life. It allowed me to believe that just maybe Cheryl had survived. But in 2016, that hope was taken away from me. I received a phone call from Detective Damien Loon. He told me that police had a suspect in the murder of my sister Cheryl. That was the first time in 46 years that anyone had ever used the word murder in relation to my sister's disappearance. Hearing those words felt like losing Cheryl all over again. That phone call ripped a heart not only in my life, but our family's life again. That dream that had kept me going was gone. The loss of Cheryl placed an enormous strain on our family. Grief affects people in many different ways. Sometimes it brings families together. Other times it fractures relationships and leaves emotional scars. In our home, the grief was overwhelming. Arguments became common. Pain surfaced in ways that were very difficult for a child to understand. When I was 13 years old, I experienced a moment that changed my understanding of my family forever. During an argument between my mother and Vince Grimmer, the man I believe was my father, I supported his side of the argument. He laughed and said to my mother, "There you go, he's not even my son." That was the moment I discovered that Vince Grimmer Cheryl's father was not my biological father. Until that moment, I had no idea he was my stepfather. Hearing those words at 13 years old during an argument already filled with grief and anger was devastating. But over time, I began to understand something else. In his moments of deep grief over losing Cheryl, I was sometimes the one who carried the blame for leaving her alone that day. Some days growing up after Cheryl disappeared was brutal, and those years have left scars that I will carry for the rest of my life. Our parents spent the rest of their lives wondering what happened to Cheryl, their beautiful little girl. They never stopped hoping that one day she would come home, or they would hear the truth. But both of them passed away without ever knowing what really happened to their daughter. No parent should die without those answers. In 1971, a young man known as Mercury been warned not to do this.
Don't do it.
I have to warn you, Mr. Nash, I would not, and you don't have the protection of Parliament. The advice from the clerks is you do not have the protection of parliamentary privilege, and so you'd be potentially in breach of a statute if you were to name that person, and so with sanctions attached to it. So I'd strongly advise you not to name anyone whose name has been suppressed by a court at this point.
I hope out of this inquiry you protect the victims as well as you protect the perpetrators.
Leave it at that.
In 1971, a young man known as Mercury provided a detailed confession claiming responsibility for Cheryl's abduction and murder. That confession described disturbing details of abducting, wanting to rape, and then killing a 3-year-old little girl. Yet despite the seriousness of that confession, my parents were never told. They were never informed that someone had confessed to killing their daughter in graphic detail. They lived the rest of their lives believing that no one had ever confessed. There was no one of interest. How is it possible that such a detailed confession sat gathering dust in the archives for more than 45 years? Why was Mercury never re-interviewed and challenged about how he knew the details he described in his confession? Why was he never pressed to explain exactly what he claimed to have seen and done? Why was he never placed in an identification lineup while Cheryl's disappearance was still fresh in the mind of witnesses? We're talking only 14 months later. Witnesses who may have seen him at Ferry Meadow Beach. Why were there no video recordings or photographs taken during the police walkthrough he later participated in? These are basic investigative steps that could have provided crucial evidence, yet they appear to have never been taken. Another troubling issue concerns the ransom note sent to Bulli Police Station demanding $10,000. Detective Lynch appeared on national television displaying the ransom note just 2 days before that money was supposed to be collected. Police handwriting experts publicly stated that the note appeared to have been written by a teenager, approximately 15 years old. Yet 14 months later, a 17-year-old male confessed in graphic detail to abducting and murdering Cheryl? Why was Mercury's handwriting never compared to the ransom note? Another striking detail is the language used in the note. The author demanded a pardon, terminology far more common in England than Australia. Mercury himself was a recent immigrant from England. Those connections deserved to be thoroughly investigated, and were not. During the 2011 coronial inquest, 41 years later, it's absurd. Detective James Dark informed the coroner that the author of the confession could not be located. Yet in 2016, a single detective located Mercury in approximately 1 hour. What raises a very serious question: was the coroner misled about the efforts made to locate him? I would say so. Or were proper resources simply not allocated to finding him? Before Mercury ever spoke to police, he had already spoken to someone he trusted. While residing at the Metropolitan Children's Shelter in Sydney, Mercury told his carer, Mr. Leckie, that one day he would have to answer for something he had done when he escaped from a juvenile institution. Mercury told Mr. Leckie that he had killed a guard wearing a blue shirt. Very explicit. Our family believes this statement deserves much closer examination because Cheryl was wearing a blue swimsuit the day she disappeared. We believe Mercury may have been attempting to distort what he was trying to confess to. That statement, along with other concerning information he provided, led Mr. Leckie to feel strongly that police needed to be informed. This was his carer. He contacted police and invited them into the Metropolitan Children's Shelter to speak with Mercury. Invitation. During the conversation, Mercury began to disclose details of Cheryl's abduction and murder, while surrounded by his carers, providing adult supervision. The police were asked to attend and speak with him. They did not coerce, manipulate the situation. Mercury's disclosure was voluntary and initiated by him in a safe, supervised environment. 4 days after giving his confession, Mercury voluntarily participated in a police walkthrough at Ferrymeadow Beach. During the walkthrough, he directed police to an area near the corner of Brokers Road and Balgownie Road. He indicated that this was the location where he had left Cheryl's body. That was the information suggested by police. That was not information suggested by police. That was information provided by Mercury himself. Yet despite the significance of that walkthrough, there appears to be no video or graphic record of it. Once again, our family is asking why. Is there something else that deeply troubles our family. When Mercury was arrested decades later, he spent approximately 2 years in custody before being released. He had every opportunity to publicly declare that his confession was false. He had every opportunity to say he'd lied. He had every opportunity to fight to clear his name. Yet he has never publicly told the media, our family, or the Australian public that his confession was untrue. Anyone who had falsely confessed to abducting and murdering a little 3-year-old child would be expected to fight relentlessly to clear his name. But there has been just silence. And that silence raises questions that cannot simply be ignored. During Mercury's first hearing at Wollongong Supreme Court in 2017, Crown Prosecutor Andrew McMaster informed my brothers and I and our sister-in-law, Linda, that the man they had arrested was the person responsible for Cheryl's abduction and murder. But he also told us something deeply troubling. I promise the end is coming. He said to us that during proceedings, we are going to hear about the many mistakes that had been made since Cheryl disappeared. If mistakes were made, we deserve to know what they were and who made them. Before I finish, I want to acknowledge who helped make this moment possible. The BBC podcast, Ferry Meadow. I'd urge you to listen to it. There's a lot of information in there. For many years, our family have had Cheryl's case. For many years, our family tried to have Cheryl's case properly examined again, but our voices often felt unheard. Then one person listened, Mr. Jeremy Buckingham. Without his willingness to stand up for families like ours, Cheryl's voice may have never reached this Parliament. For that, my family and I are deeply grateful. I also want to acknowledge the work of Director of Public Prosecutions for New South Wales, Sally Downing, SC. I am grateful for her office's consideration to review Cheryl's case and that the DPP is awaiting further findings from New South Wales Homicide. That did not happen. We gave New South Wales Homicide 7 lines of inquiry. 2 of those lines, one was speaking to witnesses, one was speaking to 5 informants that had came forward. None of them have been spoken to this day. So we've asked Sally and the DPP to move forward with the review. We've received a letter back stating that that has already commenced. Other opportunities missed. My parents died without ever knowing the truth, what happened to their little girl. My brother and I stand here today carrying Cheryl's voice for them, for our family, and for all of us that seek justice. For more than 50 years, my family have lived with unanswered questions about what happened to Cheryl. No family should ever have to endure this. We're not asking for your sympathy. We are asking for transparency. We are asking for accountability. Because somewhere within the history of this investigation lies the truth, what happened to Cheryl. After more than 50 years, that truth must finally be allowed to come to light. For Cheryl, for our family, and for every family searching for answers. Thank you for listening to what I had to say.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nash. I'll kick off with a couple of questions. You said, and I didn't know this, but at the coronial inquest in 2011, the confession by Mercury was known then.
It was raised.
It was raised. Were your family told of the confession then?
It was just raised during the inquest. My mother was frail then and quite ill. My other brother, Stephen, was at the inquest, but it was just brushed over, that there was a confession. My mother didn't ask any questions. Detective Dark just said the author of the confession could not be located. If that's the case, why would the coroner not ask for a death certificate? They knew who he was. They know today who he is.
So again, in 2016, when Detective Damien Loon contacted your family, how long had it been since the police had contact with the family in relation to any investigation of Cheryl's abduction and murder?
That was the first time. It's the first time we've heard from the police.
Since the 1970s?
Yeah, that.
So nearly 50 years before?
Yeah.
They never contact us unless we're trying to get in contact with them to seek answers. They never reach out to us. A thing was said the other day to me by just a public member. We see the anguish. We see your story. We feel your pain. Yet no one from authorities, New South Wales, I believe you've got programs that are meant to help families like ours. We never get spoken to.
And so the current situation, the New South Wales ODPP is reviewing their decision to drop the case, essentially. Correct. You've been calling on the New South Wales Police to pursue other lines of inquiry.
That's correct.
To strengthen a potential case.
Right.
And what has the response been from the New South Wales Police?
Well, we haven't got any response. My cousin Michael Grimmer in England, the one that's done a lot of research for our family, is kept emailing them and asking their findings on what we put forward to them, and to no response. They've received that they've got the email, but there was no response, and we've only just found out that the head of homicide, Inspector Laidlaw, has now been taken off the case, which has happened from the day one when the DPP took us into a room at Wollongong courts to explain to my brothers and I about the pain that we're going to hear and all that about the confession and everything like that. And then 2 weeks later, he's taken off the course. Detective Loom and Detective Sam Vitali, they've done everything by the book to proceed with the trial, and next minute they're taken off the case. So I don't know what's...
No explanation?
No explanation to us whatsoever. So someone up the top is either hiding something or very scared of something, and they keep taking, every time someone gets close to my sister's case, they get taken off the case. And we got no explanation why. We would love to know why. Give us an explanation so we can understand why these people that keep saying we will be here until the end of this case is solved are taken off the case.
If I may, Jeremy, I have tabled 74 questions, but I condensed it into 4 questions that I'd really like to ask and have the committee hear. Question 1, we are seeking answers as to how and why we have reached this point. When the circumstances surrounding Cheryl's disappearance and murder were known to police and relevant authorities decades ago. Information and evidence that should have been properly investigated appears to have remained unaddressed or overlooked for more than 40 years. Why did that occur? And who was responsible for ensuring that these matters were properly examined at the time? We want to know who's responsible. Question 2. At the initial hearing in 2017, Andrew McMaster referred to mistakes that had been made during the investigation and the handling of Cheryl's case. Can those mistakes be specifically identified and explained to our family? What were the nature of those errors? He obviously knew them. He told us about them. When did they occur? Who was responsible for them? And what impact they had on the investigation and subsequent legal proceedings. Question 3. Why did the Director of Public Prosecutions and the senior legal team approve an arrest warrant and extradition process in relation to a 46-year-old cold case, only to discontinue that prosecution in less than 90 minutes? After proceedings commenced, furthermore, why was there apparently no meaningful consultation with arresting investigators regarding available evidence, possible legal pathways forward, or options to address any concern raised by the court before the matter was abandoned? I'm at a loss. In addition, Mercury spent 2 years in custody following his arrest. During this period, did he ever formally withdraw, challenge, or repudiate the confession he had previously acknowledged and re-signed in 2017? If not, what weight was given to that fact? Despite ample opportunity over an extended period of incarceration, he did not publicly or formally claim that the confession was false or that he had committed the acts he described within. He describes in his confession to wanting to rape and have sex with our little sister. One thing is confessing to murder, but to confess to that sickness.
Thank you, Mr. Nash. It's important we get to some more questions. Mrs. Merton, have you got a few questions?
Thank you very much to both of you today. If I could just pick up, so we had the 1971, as noted here, Mercury provided confession for Cheryl's abduction and murder. Is that correct according to your evidence and time frame?
That's correct.
So that was 1971. What police action or investigation followed that confession?
Well,
You may be aware of, yeah.
Yeah, we are aware that he then participated in a walkthrough. Such a detailed confession. One of the officers that actually typed up that confession and was obviously present while Mercury was speaking said at the end of the confession he would have charged him, and that's Detective Finlay. Detective Parrington decided not to charge. In 2020, when at Cheryl's unveiling of her plaque, Sergeant Finlay, now retired, said he would have charged that day. They had enough evidence. The only thing that we're aware of, the only investigation after he confessed in such graphic detail was the walkthrough. He was then discarded as a fantasist and no further investigation. Nothing, no follow-up for over 40 years. 40 years. You give such a detailed confession and you put it in a box? You put Cheryl in a box?
So Mr. Nash, you reported that there was a walkthrough in terms of the site. That was possibly at the request of the police for Mercury to walk through the scene of the admission of the.
I can only, yeah, I believe so. Yes.
So there's nothing further than that.
They didn't search the site. Now they've got such a detailed confession, and one officer saying he would have charged. It was only recently that the site has been searched, and that's not in detail. It's only a couple of days. Even going back to last year, we had a volunteer group, Sydney Search Dogs, assist with the search for a couple of days. and we're very grateful for that. Police brought up a search dog for 40 minutes. 40 minutes. And they say they found some chicken bones. What a joke.
Thanks, Mr Nash. Mr Borzak.
Mr Nash, just a quick one, and I think you've probably covered it in your detailed presentation, but after the case against Mercury failed or collapsed, why do you think, and what was behind the police motivation not to continue?
The two previous families that sat up here, what's going on with inside? What's going on with inside your organisations? What is broken? There's something broken, seriously broken, something sinister, evil. What are the people making these decisions? How is it that you've got Australia's oldest cold case now before the courts? You've arrested a person, you've extradited him, you've charged him some 46 years later, but all the chess pieces are moved off the board. The first Crown prosecutor, Andrew McMaster, he bumped into us, our family, the night before the first hearing and said, introduced himself, we knew who he was, he introduced himself and said, don't worry, I will be on this case from the start to the finish. And it may take a couple of years, boys. I just want you to know that. Yet 2 weeks later, all of a sudden, he's given a promotion, taken off the case. The two arresting officers, the two lead detectives on the case are separated. This is only weeks after the first hearing. You've got a guy locked up. You've taken his life away now. You've locked him in a cage where he should have been in 1971. Yet you've moved all the pieces. They can't progress their investigation. That needs to be looked into. Who made those decisions? Damien Learn, I recently reached out to him and said, why were you transferred to Cogra, a couple of weeks after the first hearing? He goes, Ricky, we were at a loss. He goes, it was disruptive to Cheryl's case and it was not required. They had another 4 senior sergeants there. His boss, who happened to be a friend of his, said, why are you doing here, Damien?
Is it your view that this was done by design?
By design. Absolutely. They don't want the truth to come out. They don't want the mistakes heard. But we're not going to shut up until we hear those mistakes.
Thank you, Mr Nash. Mr Lawrence.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks so much for your evidence, both of you. It's really important for the inquiry. In terms of what police have told you about why this individual wasn't charged at the time, were you told, in essence, that police didn't believe his confession, considered him a fantasist?
Yes.
Yeah.
I disagree with that. They haven't told us anything.
Yeah.
They haven't told us anything. Other than what we read, we presume. How do you just let a guy walk away? You've taken his life away for 2 years. The psychologists that appeared at the 2019 hearing had access to him for 2 years. One shows up, the Crown prosecution psychologist shows up. He hadn't read the confession. He hadn't spoken to Mercury. 2 years he had to go and chat to him and see why, how. He gets into court. He didn't even read the confession. He didn't know anything about the case. You've had 2 years to prep. This is the Crown prosecution's legal advice on his wellness and his thought process. Nothing.
So, Paul, what's your view about that? Have you received somewhat different information, or is that just a different impression that you've gleaned? Or
Yeah, I think it's just a little bit different. Like we have said, like they did think he was a fantasist back then, because he did actually mention, and I haven't got it with us, but he has, he confessed he thought he murdered someone in blue, like a security guard or something like that. But
I'll just
actually,
have a comment,
we
yeah.
believe it was Cheryl because she had a blue swimsuit.
Yeah.
So, they thought he was a fantasist.
There was
When they couldn't find the cattle grid, where he said he walked across the cattle grid,
yeah.
and we have proof that the cattle grid was there
Yeah.
from the farmer's son was saying, yes, the cattle grid did not get removed until late 71, going into 72, because the farm was being sold for development. So because they couldn't find a few things like that, they thought he was a fantasist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was a practice that was prevalent, I think, at that time, and maybe continued until the late 80s when they introduced electronic recording of interviews, where police would sometimes verbal people and sort of provide information and then essentially pretend that it was a confession, whereas in fact it was actually authored by the police. That wouldn't seem to be a plausible theory here, though, would it? Because he wasn't actually charged at the time.
No, he wasn't
and the police
charged.
didn't act on it. So you would seem to be able to discount that the police were the source of the information in the confession. Would you agree with that?
Yep.
Yeah. So in terms of the existence of the confession at the time, and I note that the statement from you, Mr. Grimmer, talks about the lost opportunity for the family of them and friends and people who wanted to help to actually search the area.
Yeah.
Have you ever been told by New South Wales Police why the family wasn't told for decades that there had in fact been a detailed confession?
No, we didn't. Well, personally myself, I didn't know about the confession until Detective Loom and Sam Batali found the confession in an archive box. And that was 2016, 17,
Yeah.
around about that date. Up until then, I didn't know anything about the confession.
And have they sort of talked to you about not being able to talk to people who were around at the time to find out why? Has there been any attempt to do that? Like, I'm just interested about why that didn't happen and what the police have told you about why it didn't happen.
Well, they haven't told us anything. And like I said in my impact statement, if they would have told us about a confession at the time, whether it was true or false, my father would have had his army friends and colleagues go up to brokers and search that area with fine-tooth comb. But we weren't told. I know it was over a year later, but possibly then we might have found remains of some sort where we could have put our sister to rest. Because of them not doing that, like Rich said, when we were going up, it was hard because Mum and Dad went to their graves without even knowing there was a confession. You know, like, and when you watch your mother for a week dying in a hospital bed, and then she gives you a little smile when you say, Mum, I promise you, we'll keep looking for Cheryl. She had a little smile. I ducked out to ring my wife, Linda. I come back. She was gone.
Yeah.
You know, if they would have told her about the confession, then at least our lives might have been a bit easier. It still would have hurt, but it might have been a little bit easier. Like, we weren't allowed to do things. It was just the decision that they made back then was wrong, and it didn't give my parents the opportunity to grieve.
So are you broadly aware of what, if any, new evidence came into the possession of the police in the intervening decades that led to the decision to charge Mercury? Was there anything new apart from the confession?
No,
Just the
nothing,
confession?
Just the confession that detectives found in the archive box.
Yeah.
That confession hadn't been re-looked at, supposedly looked at in 2011 during the inquest, but I suggest not. But it hadn't been looked at for over 40 years, it just sat in the box.
And it's true to say that confession was deemed inadmissible because of the nature of the
retrospective
way,
law.
because there was a retrospective application of a more recent statute.
Where did the retrospective law come from? Back in the day when Mercury was questioned, he willingly gave is information about the confession. He was actually told to slow down because the detective couldn't type fast enough. But there was no law then until I think it was 87 that the law came in about children under the age of 18 being questioned by police. But we still to this day cannot find out about who was in that room that day. Surely it wasn't just the two detectives. The carers aren't going to leave a 17, almost 18-year-old to confess to something without being there. That's one. But why did Justice Holmes bring it back to a retrospective law when it didn't exist at the time?
I think it's probably because the law applies at the point in time where the confession is sought to be admitted into evidence. So I can see why you would say it's retrospective because this occurred in 1971, but I think the law kind of speaks to the point in time where you try to put it into evidence. So it's not slightly technical, but it's not a law that governs how police interact with children. It's a law that governs how prosecutors can put things into evidence at the time that they sort of do it. I think that might be the answer to that.
My recommendation would be then to change that law, like it was given back then. They can't now, today, like 45, 50 years later, say, okay, we're going to bring this law in because it's in now, back to what happened then.
Yeah.
That would be one of my recommendations, to have that changed. We'd like Cheryl's law brought in. We've been fighting to have a Cheryl's law brought in where this can't happen. Other families don't have to go through what we've been through if Cheryl's law was brought into that. It's just crazy how that can be brought into something that happened 50 years ago.
Police in 1971, they were invited. Mercury wasn't on their radar. He wasn't a person of interest. They were invited in by a carer that was concerned that he had information in relation to Cheryl's disappearance. That's all it was.
Yeah.
And then when police go there, they were in no hurry to go there, by the way. It took them a few hours, apparently, to arrive. They asked him, did he have information? There's a running sheet on it with their questions. And the questions open up as just generic questions. We believe you have information you want to share with us. Yes, I do. And then it's not an interview. It's just a chat, by the way.
So there's no suggestion of coercion or verbal.
It goes into a confession. He rolls into a confession, surrounded by his carers. Okay? Police done nothing wrong.
Yeah.
Everything by the book. When he started to confess, they stopped him and cautioned him. Done everything correct. Roll forward 46 years to 2017. Detective Loon and Sam Vitale, he was contacted and told to come down to Frankston Police Station. They could go and arrest him. They warned him to come down with a legal representative. He shows up again with no legal representative. He comes in, cool as a cucumber, apparently. They take him through his confession, page by page, question by question. Do you agree with what, is this what you said? Signs the page. They roll on, roll on, roll on. He signs every page again. This is video. This is a video interview. He signs every page. Now, if you didn't do it and it was false, would you not simply say, I didn't do it, it was false? No, he accepts it all again and signs again. The only thing that the detectives have told us that he said at the end of it, I've never been to Ferry Meadow Beach. That's when they knew they had their man. Didn't say I didn't do it.
Yeah.
Never been to Ferry Meadow Beach. A lie.
Yeah.
First lie.
Yeah.
Only lie. Everything in that confession is true. His silence tells us all that it's true. You know how tough that is as a family, as us two, not to do the wrong thing, not to take justice into our own hands. We know where he lives.
I
Mr.
can only
Nash,
imagine.
we have the deepest sympathy with you. Unfortunately, we have run out of time. We deeply appreciate the efforts you've made over many decades to pursue justice for your sister, and the efforts you made to come here from interstate and internationally to give evidence today. It's been of enormous interest and benefit to the committee. You've made a large submission that we will consider in due course, and when we're considering our findings and recommendations. But again, our deepest sympathies go to you, and we thank you very much for your attendance and your evidence today on behalf of the committee and the Parliament, the people of New South Wales. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, colleagues, we now have Mr. Tim Watson Munro and Associate Professor Xanthi Weston. I would like some water. Afternoon to our next witnesses. Thank you very much for your attendance and agreeing to give evidence. Could each of our witnesses please state their name, their title, and swear either the oath or affirmation? And I'll start with you, Associate Professor Xanthi Weston.
I, Xanthi Weston, solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Mr. Watson Munro.
I, Timothy Watson Munro, solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. In relation to our terms of reference, do either or both of you have some introductory remarks you'd like to make?
Well, we thought to save on time, Dr. Weston would speak to the submission, and then I'll be available to answer questions and to interject appropriately. But in terms of my introduction, I'm a criminal psychologist. I have 49 years' experience of assessing very serious offenders. I've had a long-standing interest in the case of Ivan Milat in particular and serial killers. Dr. Weston and I started working on the Milat case probably 6 years ago, just around about the time of COVID. We produced a documentary called Buried Secrets, looking at possible other murders which Milat had committed, and out of that there has been a snowballing effect in terms of leading to this inquiry. I would like to take the opportunity to thank you, Mr. Chairman, the Honourable Jeremy Buckingham and the Honourable Premier and the committee members for affording us the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you very much. Dr. Weston.
Thank you. I would mirror Tim's. We're very grateful for the opportunity to be part of this process. I got involved initially with the Rowland family around 7 or 8 years ago now, when they were looking for assistance. Obviously, we've heard from them today that they were struggling to really engage with the police. And my background as a forensic scientist and criminologist, they reached out to me. I worked at the University of Newcastle at the time, running a justice clinic, and so been involved in these cases. I know a number of the families now, so this is very close to my heart as well, to see these cases progressed.
Thank you very much.
So if this suits you, Chairman, we have a report I have submitted to you. I won't read the whole thing and it won't take that long, but I thought there would be some key elements that would really help set the scene for today. But I do want to start by saying that the report contains references to individuals whose deaths or disappearances remain unsolved. All analytical assessments regarding the possible offender linkages are based on publicly available information and established criminological principles. Nothing in this report constitutes a finding of fact, allegation against any person, or legal determination. Now, I'll skip forward through some of the summary of Malat, because we know about his 7 victims that we know about, and move to point 5, and begin to look at Malat and his offending profile. And what we did subsequent to that is look at the 18 cases that are the subject of this inquiry and put them into kind of groups as to whether we thought they would be linked. But I will highlight again that Tim and I have worked simply off what is publicly available. We haven't seen the police files, and should they be made available to us, we would be very open to assisting the police in any way that we could in progressing these cases. So Ivan Malat was convicted in 1996 of the murders of 7 backpackers whose remains were discovered in Belanglo State Forest in New South Wales Southern Highlands. He then died at the Prince of Wales Hospital in 2019 from esophageal cancer. His 7 confirmed victims, Deborah Everest, James Gibson, Simon Schmiddle, Gabor Neugebauer, Anya Habshid, Joanne Walters and Caroline Clark. Now, what is important to know about Malat, and really whether you're trying to determine whether he could be responsible for any of these other cases, is to really look at his modus operandi. All of his victims were young travellers, hitchhikers or backpackers, generally aged between 19 and 22. His confirmed offending involved transport-based victim selection and movement into remote bushland. The victims were killed with a .22 caliber firearm and or knife, and the remains were concealed in Belanglo State Forest. The primary confirmed corridor runs between Sydney and the Southern Highlands along the Hume Highway, and any proposed linkages outside of the core profile should be treated as investigative hypothesis only, requiring corroboration from case files, forensic exhibits, timelines, vehicle evidence and witness statements. Now, Task Force Air and the 58 case list. New South Wales Police established Task Force Air in the 90s to consider whether additional disappearances or murders may be linked to Ivan Malat. Public reporting and parliamentary material indicate that a 58 case list has been placed before Parliament, and the inquiry terms of reference refer to Task Force Fenwick in this broader cold case context. This report recommends that any public or parliamentary list be reconciled directly against police holdings before any conclusions are drawn. Now, of the cases that we're looking at, the 18 cases, we determined a number are potentially consistent with the Malat profile or warranting of comparative review. The following cases share one or more features with Malat's confirmed offending or suspected extended pattern. Inclusion does not constitute an allegation. It merely identifies cases warranting comparative investigative review. Amongst these, we've listed Robin Hickey, Amanda Robinson, Joy Hodgkins, and Annie Tomanek. Peter Letcher, Gordana Katevsky, Joanne Lacey, and Leslie Toshak. Those not found to be consistent with the Malat profile, these cases have been assessed as unlikely to be Malat related on the basis of victim age, circumstance, geography, or modus operandi. This does not diminish the gravity of these cases. It indicates that a different offender typology is more plausible on the current available information. These include Marianne Schmidt, Christine Sharrock, Cheryl Grimmer, Kay Doherty, Tony Kavanagh, Leanne Goodall. Cases with insufficient public information for assessment. The following named cases should not be categorised as either consistent or inconsistent with the police profile review. The cases require file access before any reliable profile assessment can be made. These include Michelle Pope, Stephen Lapthorne, Gillian Jameson, Deborah Balkan, Carmen Verheiden, and Diane Panaccio. Now, then we performed a cluster analysis of the likely offenders and frameworks. The cluster methodology applied in a formal report that I produced with a colleague at Newcastle identified geographic and temporal clusters along the parts of New South Wales North Corridor. Of 72 cases reviewed between 1977 and 2024, so we took it forward, 4 clusters require further investigation and a 5th is considered likely to reflect a common offender. We looked at Wanda Beach, Christine Sharrock and Marianne Schmidt. These remaining among New South Wales' longest-running unsolved homicide cases. The attack on 2 girls at a populated beach suggests a very different offender from Ivan Malat, who was a confirmed traveller targeting pattern. Investigation should focus on persons present at or connected to Wanda Beach on the 11th January 1965, as well as historic witness accounts and any retained forensic material. Cheryl Grimmer, 1970. The abduction of 3-year-old from a change room precinct is consistent with child abduction offender typology, entirely distinct from Malat's confirmed offending. Investigation should focus on persons with access to the pool precinct, historical local knowledge, any prior admissions, and forensic or archival exhibits capable of modern review. The Newcastle cluster, which includes cases between 78 and 1980. 6 young women from a provisionally geographic and temporal cluster in the Newcastle region. These include Joy Hodgins, Annie Tomanak, Leanne Goodall and Amanda Zollis, Robin Hickey and Amanda Robinson. The drive from Newcastle to Swansea is around 30 minutes, a distance consistent with a single offender's comfort zone. Hickey and Robinson should be treated as anchor cases. Both were reported reviewed by Task Force Air, and any linkage to a broader cluster confirmed through police file review of individual case circumstance. It remains possible that not all 6 cases represent a single offender. The Illawarra cases in 1979, Kay Doherty and Tony Kavanagh. Kay Doherty and Tony Kavanagh disappeared from Warilla in 1979. Their cases should be treated as a linked pair and assessed separately from Malat unless police material reveals specific travel, vehicle, forensic or suspect evidence connecting them to a broader offending pattern. The Stockrington cluster in 1993 to 1994, there are 4 cases in the Hunter Valley region plotting a triangle across the following locations: Alison Newstead in Cessnock, Melissa Astle in Awaba, Melissa Hunt in Stockrington, and Gordana Katevsky in Charleston. This cluster is analytically relevant because of the time frame, 1993 to 1994, and its geography. It falls within Malat's confirmed offending window and is in a region where he has documented connections. The committee is encouraged to obtain Task Force Air and Task Force Fenwick material on this cluster specifically, however, should avoid implying Malat responsible without corroborative evidence. Carrington cluster. Lisa Varanola and Suzanne Kay and Joanna Teterin. These women represent a cluster of similar age who were murdered within 17 minutes drive of each other. This cluster plot dates Malat's arrest in 1994 and likely reflects a separate offender. The similar ages and close geography warrant further investigation as a linked series. I then have 10 recommendations, if you would be interested.
Yes, yes, please go through.
They're only short. Recommendation 1, release and cross-reference full Task Force Air's list. The 58 cases should be listed or referred to a Parliament and should be cross-referenced with all 18 named cases and additional cases the committee identifies. Those appearing on multiple lists should be prioritised for structured review. Recommendation 2, there needs to be a prioritisation of the Stockrington and Hunter Valley cluster. The specific task force Fenwick attention because of its time frame, geography and potential overlap with Ivan Malat-related inquiries. 3, treat the Wanda Beach and Cheryl Grimmer cases separately. 4, obtain a full files for Hickey and Robinson. 5, commission geographic profiling across relevant periods. As a formal geographic profiling analysis of unsolved New South Wales cases within relevant periods could be conducted to assess whether the spatial patterns support or undermine potential linkages. 6 is to extend the highway corridor beyond the female victims. 7, apply current DNA and digital forensic technologies to biological matter or exhibits that have been collected and retained, including modern DNA dating, forensic genealogy, and where lawful and appropriate, digital reconstruction and exhibit re-examination should be considered. 8 is to broaden the review to adjacent jurisdictions. We've heard from Karen Rowland's family today, and I think that those jurisdictions around New South Wales should also be included as Malat potential hunting grounds. Finally, recommendation 9, a commission AI-assisted cold case analysis. AI-driven crime analysis systems are capable of processing multi-dimensional data, including historical records, geospatial patterns, social media, police databases. And these offer significant potential to extend pattern recognition and linkages across the New South Wales cold case dataset. Spatio-temporal clustering, graph-based AI, and natural language processing tools have demonstrated capability to uncover previously undetected case connections. The committee should recommend that the New South Wales Police evaluate AI-assisted investigative tools as part of Task Force Fenwick's ongoing work. And I added a final one just listening to the evidence this morning. It would be useful to compare the handwriting and language used across all the letters received by their families to see if there were anything a forensic linguistic expert could actually determine from those. And I'll leave that there. Thank you.
Questions?
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Weston. I'll start off with some. What do we know, Mr. Watson-Munro, about the backgrounds of these perpetrators? Are there commonalities that we see across what's colloquially known as serial killers?
You're speaking in a generic sense.
I'm speaking in a generic sense. Are there things that link their backgrounds that may be causal in them going on to become the people and the perpetrators they are?
I think the common theme, of course, is that they're, in old parlance, psychopaths. They're bad, they're not mad. Their behaviour is purposive, they know what they're doing. It's often preceded by prodromal behaviour. So in the case of Milat, it's highly unlikely that one day he just erupted and decided that he was going to abduct, murder and rape people. There's generally a build-up. In terms of the generic issues, often there's a history of family violence, sexual abuse, bullying, major trauma in the family. And one of the earlier witnesses this morning spoke about Milat's sister dying about 2 days or 2 weeks before the disappearance of Karen Rowlands. So they are the common themes. They are individuals that have no empathy for their victims, they have no remorse. And what tends to happen is that once it escalates to the point of abduction and murder and they're not apprehended, they become empowered by that. They become delusional in a sense and they keep going because they find it very exciting and powerful to continue with that type of behaviour. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. Having looked at a number of serial offenders across the years, not just serial killers, but sexual offenders as well, we see an escalation in those behaviours. And I think that's certainly something that could be witnessed across the potential Milat victims.
And what about the modus operandi of these killers, these serial killers? Does that evolve over time, or do they settle in on a behaviour initially, and does that stay consistent, or does that change over time?
I think it's a bit of both. Certainly in Milat's case, he could be best described, I think, as a marauding serial killer. We certainly know that the Hume Highway was his hunting ground, and it was easy for him. He would drive up and down the Hume Freeway, he would pick up hitchhikers. He had a designated murder ground and a burial ground for these individuals. Other individuals may vary in terms of where they strike, how they dispose of the bodies, and so on. The one thing I think one can say with some certainty is that they tend to escalate with the passage of time. They become empowered and more confident. How does that escalation manifest? It may progress from rape to rape and murder. It may progress to the frequency, the temporal frequency may escalate and increase, so there's less time between offences and so on. We know with Milat, for example, he was charged with rape matters. He was acquitted of those, and in many ways it's regrettable that that wasn't seen to a final conclusion, because that's an example, I think, of becoming empowered by the process, being able to play the system, and of course he then moved on, as we know, to much more serious crimes in terms of murder.
Dr. Weston?
Yeah, they also improve, just like anyone who does something repeatedly, their methods change as they learn how to do it more efficiently and effectively, and we certainly saw that with Ivan Milat. He started using knives, for example, when trying to abduct, and then moved on to guns, especially when you're trying to abduct couples. A gun is going to be used much more easily to control people. So there will be certain things that will be potential signatures, and we saw that again with Ivan Milat. He kept items of clothing and different personal items from his victims as mementos. So that was one of the things that and that's very common for serial killers. But then he also learnt how to be more efficient and cover his tracks as well.
And there was evidence of him taking mementos in terms of T-shirts and clothing and that he'd given to girlfriends and so on. So for these individuals, at a generic level again, but I think it's applicable to Milat, by taking these mementos, they can relive the experience, the thrill, the excitement of what they went through. And this is not uncommon, either in Australia or fairly notorious overseas cases involving serial killers.
If you look at the Belanglo and the Southern Highlands cluster, which I like when I'm putting it to, I include the Belangolo 7 and potentially Peter Letcher and Diane Panaccio. Peter Letcher being the first one who was found, he'd been shot and stabbed and sexually assaulted. How likely or unlikely is it that that's how you would begin your criminality in this regard?
Well, my view on this, and it's not, it's a different jurisdiction, but we spent a bit of time with the Rowlands family. We looked at the murder of Karen Rowlands, and we did a view in the ACT Queanbeyan area where her body was discovered. And I can say, looking at that crime scene, looking at Belangolo, looking at the Jenolan State Forest where Peter's body was discovered, it was almost like parallel universes in terms of the topography. Pine forest, eucalypt forest, shallow graves, and so on. So to answer your question, I think that once they have an area where they can get away with a crime, where it's convenient to dispose of the body and escape the crime scene, they will keep doing it because they don't want to be caught.
And before I hand to my friends, there's been a suggestion from the police investigation that someone, that in some of these crime scenes, bodies have been interfered with or revisited post-mortem, so potentially necrophilia or bodies being interfered with. How rare is that in terms of these types of killers? Are we talking, is that relatively common, or how rare is that?
I'll defer to Dr. Weston, but certainly there's been some well-documented cases of individual serial killers who keep body parts, sexual body parts. They keep them in the fridge, and they become enlivened at certain times of the month or the year where they retrieve these body parts and relive the thrill of it all. Whether they're all involved in sort of necrophilia, I think, what's the research say on that?
There's not much data around specifically the necrophilia, especially when people have been outside for a long time. It's very difficult to tell what level of interference there's been, but certainly returning to crime scenes is common. Again, it goes back to that reliving the experience, and we certainly know that Ivan Milat did that because one of the later victims, he had a T-shirt from one of the females, and that was found at an earlier victim's scene. So we absolutely know that he must have gone back there and left that item of clothing. So the fact he did absolutely return to those scenes, and as Tim said, that's not uncommon at all.
Thank you. Mr. Borzak, do you have some questions?
No, not at this stage.
Okay. Mr. Lyon?
Yeah, I've got a few. If that's
okay,
good.
fire away, please.
So my first question is, so the first of Ivan Milat's confirmed murders took place in 1989 when he would have been 44, I think, just on a quick Google. And I'm just wondering how common it would be for a serial killer, a psychopath, to first commit a murder at that age. And I note in the context of that question that he seemed to have been 26 when he was accused of rape. I know that he was acquitted, but in light of subsequent events, you can probably maybe assume that he did commit those rapes. Yes. I think that's a reasonable thing to say. So how common would it be in the kind of spectrum of behaviour to already be raping people in your mid-20s, but then not to kill until you're in your mid-40s?
With respect, it's a very good question, and I think it's uncommon. I'm not of the view that, as I said in my evidence, I think that one day he woke up and he thought he'd become a serial killer. I think that his behaviour was probably ongoing from an early age. It may not have involved murder and abduction, but certainly rape. And, you know, the typical career trajectory of these people is they start with masturbatory fantasies. They then want to act on those fantasies. They then might see what it's like to abduct and rape someone. And then in itself, that's not sufficiently satisfying. So they then escalate to abduct, rape and murder. I'm not convinced that there was this big gap between the dates that you mentioned where he didn't offend at all. I think it's more probable that he wasn't detected.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree with that. And to give some context to the alleged rape that he was found, he was acquitted of, he actually admitted having sex with one of the women in court, but it was found that it was consensual. That's what the jury found. So it wasn't that he did not have sex with us. That's an established fact. So I would absolutely agree. He didn't go from 0 to 107 backpackers. There was a long trajectory building up to that. And so, you know, we have some evidence that began as early ago as 1971.
Yeah. And I think Jeremy Buckingham might have asked this question, but maybe to put it in a slightly different way, if you assume that he killed Karen Rowland in 1971, and then you assume that he kills the 7 backpackers between 89 and 93, are you able to sort of reasonably speculate about the frequency of killing in between 1971 and 1989?
We don't have any data on that. I would just say this on the basis of, you know, nearly 50 years' experience of dealing with these individuals, that it's highly likely that he was reoffending and reoffending. Perhaps not killing people, but certainly raping people. As we know, quite often rapes are not reported. Quite often people are frightened to go to the police. But it beggars belief for me that there was this huge temporal gap where nothing occurred. I think it's quite likely that he was offending during that period, but not detected.
Yeah.
And I would add to that of the cases that I listed under those most requiring comparative review, they cover 79, 2 in 79, Robin Hickey and Amanda Robinson, and then there's a 78, another in 79, 87, 94, 1981, 1981. So they would fill in essence, some of those gaps if we accept that they could potentially be additional victims.
Yeah. And just lastly from me, he's obviously been convicted of 7 murders where the bodies were all found in one particular place. How common is it for a serial killer to operate in multiple locations?
Again, it's a good question. They have a preferred hunting ground and burial site, but there's been documented cases of people changing jurisdiction. If you look at the Golden State Killer in California, for example, he moved all around the USA. The Hillside Stranglers, they moved from California to Oregon. If it gets a bit hot in the kitchen, they'll move to another jurisdiction. So it's not unusual, but it's generally more common from my understanding that they have a preferred kind of hunting ground, killing ground and burial ground.
Yeah. So he was obviously someone who moved around a lot, I think because of his employment, or maybe on account of other reasons too. But in terms of the homicidal urges that he would have experienced, would it be something where, or is it something where they will generally plan the act well in advance? Or is it something where an urge comes upon them and he might be elsewhere outside of where he lived, in the southwest and the Southern Highlands, and then he acts on that urge sort of on the spot, if you like?
I would say a combination. So somebody like Malat is planning these things in advance. They have often what we call kill kits in their cars. So that may be the gun, the knife, items to restrain people, for example. So they're ready, and then there's often a trigger. And again, we've seen that with Malat. We see that in a lot of cases, that there's something that actually causes some sort of psychological distress, and they feel the need to go and kill as a relief to that. So there's the planning, the trigger, and then there's the situational factors that often the victims are random and they just happen to be available to them. So they go out hunting. And to speak to what are those kind of comfort zones, as we call them criminologically, with somebody like Ivan Malat, who travelled up and down those highways, his comfort zones were actually quite broad, and he knew those areas well. Somebody else who's always lived in a really tiny, rural or regional town may only work within that space and may not deviate from it because that's their comfort zone. So a comfort zone is very specific to an offender depending on what their life experience is.
The thing I would add to that, we did a lot of views when we were doing our documentary, and one of the views we did was to go down the Western Highway and then to turn left to go up through Oberon to go to the Jenolan State Forest where Peter Lecter was found. And Paul Onions gave very compelling evidence about having been picked up. Malat, he believed was Malat, turning left onto that road, and there was a road gang there, and he got out of the car. Now, it's a very short drive from there up through Oberon to the Jenolan State Forest. So my view on that is that, as I say, he was marauding. In all likelihood, the Hume Highway was his preferred hunting ground. But if work took him further west and the opportunity presented itself, he would act upon it. Do they fantasise about it? Do they rehearse it in their minds? Absolutely. They think about it a lot of the time, but they wait for the opportunity. And then, as Dr. Mallett has said, there can be some trigger factor, some psychological stress in their lives. It may be the loss of a sister in his case. It might be some other factor in their life. And the way that they decompensate, they unravel, and the way that they cope with that psychological distress is to go out, hunt and kill. And I think that's what was going on with him.
So is that an attempt to regain a sense of control? Is that what is driving that psychologically as a reaction to distress?
I think it's all about a sick fusion, if I could put it that way, between libido and the need for power and control. But it's also a form of distraction for them. Some people gamble when they're stressed. Some people use drugs. Some people use prostitutes, And I think for him, it's subject to what Dr. Weston thinks, but for him, in some ways, it was a compensatory thing for him, almost an addiction at times, that when he was stressed, he would hit the road and find victims.
I think control is a big part of it, though, because when the psychological stresses in Malat's case were about control, so the loss of a sister, the breakdown of a relationship. So when he lost control in his personal life, he then compensated by taking control by killing somebody, abducting and killing.
There's been some suggestion that he may have had assistance in relation to some of these kidnapping and murders. What's your view on that? I mean, you're talking in terms of the psychology of a serial killer, and most of them, you're talking about the Golden Gate and others like that, they were loners. Do you have a view in relation to the possibility of him having offsiders, assistants, family members, for example?
I don't have a reliable view on that. I know there's been a lot of discussion around that. My view intuitively is that he was a lone wolf operator. What do you feel?
He was, extremely egocentric, and I'm not convinced that he would have shared those experiences with somebody else. And from the evidence that we do have of those who are known to have escaped Ivan Milat, Paul Onions, for example, who later identified him and was key in his arrest and prosecution, everyone who escaped Ivan Milat said he was on his own. There's nobody that he actually interacted with that saw him with someone else. So there has been a lot of debate, but I haven't seen any evidence to suggest that there were two. And the fact that two weapons were used at the scenes, guns and knives, just speaks to, I think, part of his MO rather than suggesting another person.
I would add to that, and again, it's speculative. You couldn't rule out significant others being accessories after the fact in terms of having some knowledge of his behaviour and covering for him. But it's speculative. We don't know.
Ivan Milat was known to be a fantasist in terms of dressing up as a cowboy, a police officer. He engraved his guns. He had a kill kit with a mask that had KGB written on it and die. Could you expand on that? How unusual is that? Is that and why would someone be doing that if they've got this proclivity?
I think he had a rich fantasy life, and he saw himself as a cowboy. He saw himself as an all-powerful individual. He liked to dress up. There's no argument he was psychologically troubled, but as I said earlier, I think he was bad, not mad. There's no evidence that he had any diagnosable psychiatric condition. He wasn't schizophrenic. He didn't suffer bipolar disorder, as I understand it. He knew what he was doing. He never admitted to what he was doing, but he kept his secrets to the grave. So you're dealing with an individual, I think, who has a sort of narcissistic, psychopathic personality disorder, if I was to diagnose him at a distance.
Thank you. Mrs. Merton, have you got a question?
Thank you so much. Just in terms of sort of victim vulnerability here, in terms of the scene of, hitchhiking or being isolated, what do we know about that?
In terms of the victims he chose?
Yes.
I mean, they are particularly vulnerable. We know that hitchhiking is a very vulnerable activity, and I think Ivan Milat simply sought out situational opportunities, and he knew that at the time when these people were hitchhiking, they didn't have mobile phones and weren't in constant contact with the world like people are now. So I think they are particularly open to this type of victimisation, and certainly Ivan Milat would have been very well aware of that any people he did murder, it was going to potentially take longer for anyone to discover who they were and exactly where they'd been, etc.
Well, particularly for people offshore. And I read somewhere that he may have asked people who'd got away whether anyone knew they were hitchhiking and where they were from and how long since you've seen your family. So he was able to target his victims. There may have been other individuals who were picked up on the Hume Highway that weren't abducted or assaulted in any way because they didn't fit that profile of vulnerability.
Which would have been too risky for him.
Yes.
And in terms of the Milat cases and what we know, just in terms of patterns on this, I mean, it's been suggested in terms of the binding and the restraining of victims, or they're being face down, or bodies being discovered. Anything further on that?
Well, I think the binding of the victims, remember a lot of these are couples, they were male and female, so binding would be part of the control, but also, when you're trying to literally manage two people, that's going to be problematic, and I think the shooting in the spine is an indicator of that as well, that you can actually, prevent somebody from escaping by obviously incapacitating
Severing the spinal cord.
So it could have been part of his fantasy or it could have been for logistical reasons or a combination of both.
Thank you very much. I think that's going to conclude our questions there. We have run out of time. I'm mindful that you did send that report through, and somehow the rest of the committee don't have that. So if you could table that, I'll make sure that they get that in due course. If there's any supplementary questions, I'm sure we'll send them through to you in due course. But thank you very much for making the effort to get here today. Your evidence you gave today and your report, we deeply appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Well, I thank you for the opportunity. I know you've put a lot of energy into this, and I know the families are grateful, and we hope that there are some positive outcomes arising from this.
Well, there will be, and we'll consider your recommendations in due course, and there's some really good ones there. But thank you again very much, Mr. Watson-Munro and Dr. Weston.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Colleagues, we are now going to break for lunch. We'll reconvene at 1:45 p.m. Where we'll be hearing from Search Dogs Sydney.
Thank you.
We're going to do that deliberately now. our next witnesses. If before we commence, I could get you to say your name, your title, your position title, and swear either the oath or affirmation, please. And I'll start first with you, Mr. Darcy.
Good afternoon. My name's Chris Darcy. I am the President of Search Dog Sydney, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by myself shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Ms. Jago.
Afternoon, my name's Adele Jago. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jago. Before we commence, would either of you or both of you like to make some introductory remarks?
Yes, I'll start. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having us here today. My name is Adele Jago. I'm the co-founder of Search Dog Sydney. For the past 10 years, our organisation has been involved in searching for and locating missing persons, both alive and deceased. Over that 10 years, our organisation has developed from simply being a search dog organisation to a missing persons unit. And this has been based on the needs of the hundreds of families that have requested our assistance. When we commenced Search Dogs in 2016, there were approximately 37,000 people a year reported missing. Jump up to last year, and that number was more than 69,000 people. That's an almost doubling in a decade. Here in New South Wales, there are more than 11,000 people reported missing every year. Sadly, more than 500 of those were located have been found deceased. That number is higher than our state's road toll. And yet we spend and invest hundreds of millions of dollars in programs aimed at reducing the road toll by improving our roads, increasing advertising of double points campaigns, and increasing police operations over high-risk periods. And yet we do nothing to improve the prospects of persons that are reported missing. If anything, we tend to victim blame or assume they've gone missing by their own choices. The general public aren't even privy to the statistics for rates and locations of missing persons. Over the years, New South Wales Police have been shown to close the Missing Persons Unit and create the Missing Persons Registry, taken away cold cases from being a dedicated squad to now being spread to local area commands right across the state, and that has been a strong detrimental effect on the chance of any of those cases being resolved quickly and methodically. Whilst the New South Wales Police are certified under the Intergovernmental Agreement to manage search and rescue here in New South Wales, their ability to undertake these complex investigations have been brought into question by the sheer magnitude of long-term missing persons. The vast majority of missing persons are not located by the police, but by other members of the public and organisations. The amount of unsolved bodies that remain across the state, the unidentified human remains held in government facilities, and the lack of resources that are allocated to those investigations. So too the disjointed and fragmented approach by the New South Wales Police to undergo these investigations thoroughly and comprehensively needs to be thoroughly investigated by this committee. It's difficult to watch families wait so long to receive answers in a coronial inquest and to see recommendations made by the respected coroners, only to have the New South Wales Police Force put their files into the too hard basket and wait for an additional 5 years just in case some other evidence comes to light. That's not investigating, that's misfeasance. That's no way to treat these families that are suffering and have been living with this pain and heartbreak and ambiguity every single day. We can and we must do better.
Thank you, Ms. Jago. Mr. Darcy.
Search Dog Sydney have developed Search New South Wales, an organisation that is dedicated to searching for and locating our missing loved ones. An organisation that is dedicated to locating the remains of those unsolved homicides. And whilst the police have done some amazing work in locking up and prosecuting the criminals that were involved in these heinous acts, sadly, once that jail key is turned, the families don't get answers as to where their loved ones are. And that's where Search New South Wales wants to change that, because every family deserves answers. A lot of our learnings came about when we hosted the National Missing Persons Symposium in November of 2024. That was the first of its kind being held in Australia, and we got hundreds of families together and we consulted with them and sought their views about what had occurred to them with their missing persons and their loved ones and how we could make things better. And it was here that was highlighted the sheer magnitude of the misfeasance by the New South Wales Police in undertaking their mandate of missing persons. What we have found is not only about fixing up those problems of the past, it's about changing what's going to occur in the future. And we need oversight. Oversight of our current investigations to make sure that the evidence is getting collected straight away. We need oversight to make sure that the best resources are deployed according to the needs of the missing person. And oversight that our loved ones' families are receiving the support that they deserve. And we need to improve our training and assessment standards so that everybody that is involved in going out looking for a missing person, whether or not that be police, volunteer organisations, emergency services, or even spontaneous volunteers, we can change that. We must change that. Our numbers of missing persons and unsolved homicides are just going to get worse. We have access to state-of-the-art equipment, tools and technology in order to bring our loved ones home quicker and to help reduce the impact on our healthcare systems, to provide the families with empathy and support that they require and so rightly deserve when they're going through such a traumatic event. Our police officers are already stretched. Let's provide them with a pressure relief. Let's provide them by allowing Search New South Wales to look after the near 2,000 cases that are currently unresolved. Missing persons and unsolved homicides here in New South Wales require urgent reform. Not just a band-aid fix that we've seen over the last 50, 60 or 70 years, but serious systemic reform. And that's where Search New South Wales and the associated legislation, in conjunction with the secured funding under the Proceeds of Crime, will make sure that every family receives the investigation that they deserve, that every family receives the support that they require, and that every possible avenue is exhausted in locating their missing loved ones, and that the pressures currently experienced by investigating police receive the assistance that they require.
Thank you very much, Mr. Darcy. I'll kick up with a couple of questions. So, thank you very much for your evidence today and the submission you've given and the assistance you've clearly been to so many families of the murdered and missing. Can you expand on the proposal for Search New South Wales and what are the tools and technology you think we require to do better in this space? And also, if you could elucidate your answer in regards to the proceeds of crime. It's a novel approach, but could you expand on those elements of your submission?
Certainly. At the present moment in time, we see that the police get involved when a person goes missing, and then if they're unlocated, it gets sent to the coronial for a coronial inquest. But what we're not seeing is that the coroner is tasked with actually determining if a crime has been committed and the cause and manner of death. But what is not occurring is that the body is getting located. And that's where we'd like to see Search New South Wales be provided with the ability, the legislative ability, to actually go and investigate these crimes and to go and investigate these missing persons, to assist them in locating them. And that would involve more than 50 retired and former police or AFP or ADF members that have already come to light with us that want to investigate these cold cases, these long-term missing persons cases. And they would assist us with having an inquiry type system, whereas this inquiry is looking at the 20 cases. There's more than 2,000 bodies that are unidentified across New South Wales that we need to look at further. We've put a lot of people into jail and we're relying on the no body, no parole laws to keep them in jail unless we find somebody. We're not physically out there searching. And that's where Search New South Wales has a two-pronged approach in the fact that we would be utilising the technology, which is old school, the cadaver dogs that are properly trained to search for and locate the long-term human remains, for which over the last 10 years we've definitely proved that those dogs do work with several of the finds that we've had. But it would also allow for the modern technology of the drones and the artificial intelligence, and what was mentioned earlier with Xanthia was the fact of utilising the AI investigative models that is putting all of this information together to assist us to figure out search locations. Now, at the present moment in time, Search Dog Sydney has 2 trained and certified cadaver dogs, human remains detection dogs. We need 40 of those dogs in this state to assist and to continue to be out there searching 6 days a week looking for our missing loved ones.
So, to be clear, you're proposing a new standalone agency. So there isn't a standalone agency responsible for coordinating searches in New South Wales. Is that correct?
At the moment, there is a standalone agency. It's the New South Wales Police. However, we've got the SCS, we've got the VRA, we've got the RFS, that none of them can act and actually go out and undertake a search on behalf of the families without the police's support. Where it comes to road crash rescue, we have multiple agencies that can respond to a road crash. When it comes to flood rescues, we've got multiple agencies that can respond to flood rescues. When it comes to fires, we've got fire and rescue as well as the RFS. But when it comes to missing persons, we rely on one agency and one agency alone. And that does not help us when it comes to having the secrecy that is required. When it comes to looking for a missing person, we're not able to consult with the police to find out more information. In actual fact, it's quite the opposite.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, do you have any questions?
Not from me at this stage.
Amber? Mr. Borzak? Yeah, I've got a couple more then. Just apologies. Apologies, here we go. In your submission, you describe general purpose and dual purpose police dogs as unsuitable for missing persons and urban search and rescue. Why is that? Do you know what percentage of New South Wales police dogs are dual purpose? What type of training and specialisation do your dogs have now?
The specialisation, I'll refer to our dogs to start with. Our dogs are single-purpose trained. They are trained to either find somebody that is alive or they are trained to find somebody that is deceased. Our dogs, our training is based on urban search and rescue because that is our background, is USAR Cat 2 search specialists. It is our job to train dogs to look for and locate persons missing in disasters. In a disaster zone, we do not know how many people are missing, hence we cannot use a specific scent source to train those dogs. There might be 1 victim, there might be 30 victims in a particular area. Hence why we train our dogs to find any human scent in that area and not locate anything that may contain human scent, such as a jumper, a pillow, an item of clothing that a person has been wearing. That is the difference between our dogs and the other dogs, which are GP dogs that are currently utilised to search for and locate missing persons, which are usually scent-specific trained dogs. So they're actually given a scent article in the example of an absconding criminal that's stolen a car. They'll be able to get a scent that might have been on the car seat or the passenger seat or something from the evidence. And those dogs are trained to locate evidence that is discarded by the offender, as well as that missing person or the person that is absconding. Now, those particular dogs are also trained to apprehend a person when they locate them, because generally, from what we've seen, the New South Wales Police dog squad operate on a single basis. So an officer and a dog is a team. So that dog is trained to protect its handler at all costs, no matter what. But that doesn't help us when it actually does come down to using those dogs to search for and locate a missing person, especially somebody with mental health issues who may not know how to react or respond to those dogs that are looking for them. I do know of a case up in Mount Ku-ring-gai, north of Sydney. I won't give the exact location, but a dog squad officer was attended to a search for a man up there. This man was suffering from mental health issues, and sadly he was hospitalised for 7 weeks after getting located by a police dog. So too was the senior sergeant dog handler that also received facial injuries from this dog. Now, we can't be sending those dogs out that are trained, that we really do need to apprehend those criminals, for our missing persons. We do need to really think about how we need to do it, and that is quite clearly written in the National Search and Rescue Manual, that police forces should not be doing and sending out those dogs. They should be utilising a separate dog completely.
So those general purpose dogs, to be clear, have multiple purposes. They search for drugs, explosives, particular individuals, and they're not particularly well trained when it comes to searching for human remains or an individual person.
Yes, the dogs are trained for multiple purposes because of budgetary restraints. So we do know of a particular dog that was deployed to the Surrey Hills building fire just a few years ago, where this dog was also a trained drug dog. Now, we did actually raise questions in the LECC about this dog because of the fact that the Surrey Hills building fire was an abandoned building and that it was known to be a drug den. So in the event that this dog did alert to anything that it had found, was the dog actually alerting to the drugs that it was finding on a day-to-day basis, or was it finding the human remains of somebody that needed to be found?
And do you're an independent charity. You're basically operating as a an NGO and a charity. Do the police? What's been the attitude of the police to your organisation and the assistance you may provide in these searches? Is it a collaborative approach or is it less so?
Many years ago, we attended Byron Bay Police when we were coming through town from a training exercise up in Queensland, and the family of Theo Hyers requested our assistance. We knocked on the police door at Byron Bay Police Station and we offered our assistance, advised who we are, and that we had a specialised dog in the area that was available. We asked them if they had any search areas that they had in mind that they would like us to look at, and the response from the officer in charge was, do whatever you want, knock yourself out. That's his exact words. We've then approached police officers on other occasions where the general response has been, we've got our own dogs, but they only find balls and sticks and I can't use you. So whilst there's police out there that do want to utilise our services, many of them are warned against using anything external from New South Wales Police.
And how much demand is there out there for your services? I know that you've been utilised in the Grimmer matter, in the search for the remains, I think, of Bronwyn Winfield on the north coast. Can you tell us a little bit about how much demand there is and what it means when you actually do go out on the ground?
Our demand has just been growing in the last 12 months. Prior to that, we used to be busy. Now it is ridiculously busy. We've currently got 5 active cases of missing persons that are currently missing, one being from our local area, another being from Carryong on the Central Coast, as well as our long-term missing persons cases that do number quite a lot. And if we could be doing this and if we had funding and I didn't have bills to pay myself, then we'd be doing this 7 days a week, 365 days a year. However, because we're a charity, we are extremely limited in our budget. We get a very, very small allowance. Most of it's paid for by the volunteers in order to undertake these searches.
And could you elaborate, like in the case of on the north coast of the disappearance of Bronwyn Winfield, you were brought in to search in that area. What was the outcome there?
Yes, we were brought in by Hedley Thomas, the podcaster. He requested some specific sonar assistance, which is what my previous training has been back in the 90s and early 2000s. And we sonar searched the lake. Now, wherever we travel, we do travel. I am a cadaver dog handler, a human remains detection dog handler with Rufus, so wherever I go, so does my dog. We then undertook a sonar search and put divers down at 6 particular locations. At the time, we found a few little items of evidence that were put aside. Where the conditions weren't prevalent to us to actually run our dog at the time, but later on, as the time progressed, we were able to run search dog Rufus, and he alerted us to an area of interest that we believe human remains now exist. We then drew up our GPS map and provided that evidence to the New South Wales Police. That's coming up to near 2 years ago, and still nothing has been actioned.
They didn't take any action on the basis of that?
No.
Okay. What's your knowledge of the how the search was conducted in the Belangolo homicides? Do you have any understanding of that? And could you elaborate on that and how you think that search was conducted and could have been better progressed potentially?
I've seen a little bit about the search that occurred in Belangolo. I believe the police did a very thorough search from the areas at the time. I've not investigated it, so I cannot answer that to any specific detail. I am aware of a private dog that came down with cadaver capabilities from Queensland, because at the time I don't believe police had access to a cadaver dog. And there is a lot of areas still in that area that do need to be covered and need to be searched quite thoroughly. And yes, there should be a full-time dog out there covering up and looking for these cases based on the information.
How far back can a properly trained cadaver dog potentially find human remains? Is it years or is it decades?
It comes down to what the actual dog is exposed to. So our dogs are exposed to long-term human remains. As well as that, we've got access to soil samples of where bodies have been laying for a long time. Search Dog Sydney utilise the information provided from our sister unit, Jefferson County Search Dog Association, over in Kentucky. And we are watching their studies and they're also utilising searches for dogs that are currently looking for graves from the Civil War. So we're utilising that information that they're training with to train our dogs. We're very lucky in the fact that we have a good donation program to train our cadaver dogs, to train our human remains dogs, that allow us to access and provide the dogs with access to training materials on an almost daily basis.
Thank you. What about access to land to conduct searches? Because a lot of these searches may be on privately owned land, they might be Crown land, they might have different tenures. So tell us about that. How difficult it is to actually get access and approval in some cases?
For the most part, getting access to search areas is relatively easy. We can knock on doors if it's a private property, if it's a farmland, we can access that just by knocking on the door and asking them and explaining our situation. But what we've tried to do is try and be respectful when it comes to Aboriginal sites that are owned by the land councils. However, our recent activities has meant that we haven't got access to those sites to search for some of the long-term missing persons. But we've also got access to national parks. We've spoken with national parks many years ago, knowing that as long as our dogs are on the GPS collars, as long as our dogs have got their harnesses on, clearly designating them as a search dog, and that we are not training, that we're on an active search, then we are permitted in national parks.
What about state forests? Can you just turn up and conduct a search in state forests, or do you have to have approvals?
Generally, if a state forest is open, yes, we will do that. However, we need to also look at managing whether or not the area has been baited with 1080 baits, or they're doing some sort of animal control in the area. So we need to just be mindful of that.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, do you have any other questions? Yes, Ms. Merton.
Thank you very much to you both and for being here and contributing. If I could just touch on go back to that question that Mr. Buckingham raised about the interaction or relationship between the Sydney search dog and New South Wales police dogs. I'm just wondering, is there a history? Have we ever worked together?
We've never actually worked together. We met whilst crossing over at doing demonstrations at the Sydney Royal Easter Show, where we spoke to many of the dog squad handlers, and my card was handed out and they were offered training facilities, specific urban search and rescue training facilities that we developed and built in Kemps Creek, but nothing ever occurred of that. The only other interaction that we've had with the New South Wales Police Dog Squad was at the Surrey Hills building fire, where the State Crime Command requested our assistance because apparently the dog squad was not available. We then spent the next 3 days using our drone and investigating potential areas prior to it being demolished. And then on the actual day of the search, that's when the New South Wales Police Dog Squad did turn up and what I believe was pulled rank and and took over the scene. And we were subsequently stood down.
Thank you. And if I could just take you to the Cheryl Grimmer case in terms of some of the findings there, if you might be able to just sort of elucidate on what role Sydney search dogs might have played in that case.
Certainly. In August last year, I was approached by the former detective that extradited Mercury back from Victoria, who advised me that he was no longer a police officer and that he had search areas that he would like investigated because he wasn't able to get that activity occurring whilst he was a police officer. We then sat down, and on the 1st and 2nd of October last year, we undertook search areas to search the areas depending on what was in the on the confession. My apologies, confession. So he explained it in detail, the confession, and as to what was explained into there, and we subsequently went there and spent 2 days searching the area, where two dogs showed an interest, two separate cadaver dogs showed an interest in a particular area. There was nothing visual to be seen. We couldn't see what it was. So we then contacted Wollongong Police. There was no answer from Wollongong Police, so we then contacted Crime Stoppers. Crime Stoppers then reached out to, and the police turned up about 2 hours later, I believe, where the local officers determined that, yes, it was potentially a crime scene based on the information that I had provided, and that they would have teams there either that evening or the next day. We arrived the next day, the 3rd of October, on request of the family to assist them to find that it wasn't a crime scene. In actual fact, New South Wales Police media was in attendance on their own, and that the police were a number of hours away. Now, 3 or 4 hours later, the police have turned up en masse from Wollongong Police Station with a dog team. Funnily enough, this had 2 dog handlers with 1 dog. They then searched an area for 40 minutes where they claimed that they located an animal bone, and subsequently 2 or 3 hours later they did a media release advising that in fact we were incorrect, that we'd found nothing and that there was nothing to find in this area. We then spoke with the University of Technology Sydney for their forensics capabilities. We also spoke with a organisation in the UK as well as some other organisations in order to get the samples shipped over to the UK. And it's come back, which I'll table to Parliament here today, that in actual fact the dogs were correct. It appears that based on the UTS's forensic investigation, there are traces of alleles. However, the UTS, Dr. Alicia Haynes was the person that did the testing. She's reached out to New South Wales Police Forensics, who have also advised her that there is no protocol for testing for DNA in soil, and that she was to actually commence her own protocols in testing that. So she is now looking at providing a PhD study to confirm what our dogs have found or not found in regards to Cheryl Grimmer. So yes, in 2 particular locations, and we've attached the map as well, that we believe that there are human remains in that particular area. We already knew that human remains were in that area, and that was because a witness had come forward on that day advising us that a stillborn child had been cremated and then spread in the general area of where we were searching. And this particular testing has proven that it is not that, in fact, that child, it is somebody else. So without further testing, without further DNA testing and scientific study, we're still yet to confirm, but we do believe that there are human remains in that area that was missed by the police dog.
And just a final question, just in terms of access arrangements to permit searching. Earlier today we were hearing about K Doherty, and that were provided with maps here, that an identified site here, and that it remained unsearched. I think you may, your Sydney search dogs may have been made reference to in terms of that. What were the barriers to that?
The barriers were it was overgrown. There's a lot of lantana in that area. It's very thick, and in order to undertake a proper search through there, it was our determination there needed to be a backburn. A backburn would quickly remove any of that growth and allow a full comprehensive search of that to occur, and then we can go on to it. Now, having said that, we've also done the research to find out whether or not a backburn would actually affect what the dogs are smelling, and this research was undertaken back in 2019-20, where it was found that, in actual fact, the bushfires, any backburns, would have no effect or implications on the search dog capability.
So given the constraint of the environment, it was your decision in terms of, sort of responsible dog access, not to search those lands as they presented.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the proposal about backburning, clearing this, making it accessible, was anything resolved?
No, we've spoke. I know that emails have been sent through Mr. Dakers and Mr. Doherty. I know I've made many approaches to several different RFS members trying to find a way forward. At the moment, no way forward has occurred. It would be nice to be able to simplify that bureaucracy for clearing search areas.
Colleagues, any more?
Not from me, Chair. Thank you.
Well, look, thank you very much for your comprehensive submission. It will be considered in detail by the inquiry. Do you have any concluding remarks that you'd like to make before we wrap up?
Look, we do need to have some urgent reform in regards to missing persons investigations. Our police are struggling, we know that for a fact. The police need support, our families need support. I urge you to really look at the legislation that we have got proposed. As we said, we believe that with the right budget, we can actually take a lot of workload from our New South Wales Police and cover up a lot of the issues that you've currently faced. You've seen jurisdiction issues today with regards to ACT Police, New South Wales. You'll read in the submissions that there are issues between Queensland and Victoria. This legislation will assist us to provide those families with an alternative route apart from the New South Wales Police in searching for and locating these missing loved ones. And I believe that those two organisations do need to work in symmetry to assist in those cases.
Thank you, Mr. Darcy. Well, we very much appreciate your submission, the work you do here in New South Wales, and for you taking the time to come down and give evidence today. Thank you very much for your attendance. It's deeply appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, colleagues, we've got 9 minutes until the police arrive.
Yep.
attendance. Mr. Tudorhope, you're here now, and so we will now recommence the inquiry. Thank you for your attendance, Commander. We appreciate that. Before we kick off, we just need to get you to state your name, position, title, and swear either oath or affirmation, please.
Certainly. My name is Joseph Dewey, spelt D-O-U-E-I-H-I. I am a Detective Superintendent, Commander of the New South Wales Police Force Homicide Squad. I swear that the evidence now about to give by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much, Commander. If you could, would you like to make some introductory remarks in response to the terms of reference?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll just start by saying that I thank the committee for the invitation for me to be here today to represent the New South Wales Police Force. I want to make it known that it is the intention of the New South Wales Police to fully cooperate with the committee and assist the committee as much as we can. I want to take this opportunity to thank the victims' families, the Dockertys, the Grimmers and the Rowlands for participating in this. And I also acknowledge the loss, pain and suffering that they've had to endure over the last 5 decades.
Thank you. That will be well received. That's it?
That's it.
Thank you very much. Commander, in 2024, the Special Commission of Inquiry into Gay Hate Crimes made 15 recommendations directed towards police. In response, the New South Wales Police initiated Task Force Atlas to respond to the SCOE and to review 213 cold cases. Can you update the committee on how the review of the cold cases is progressing and the response to the recommendations is proceeding?
Absolutely. I can indicate out of the 213 cold cases that were reviewed, there's only 43 that remain outstanding and are ongoing reviews. I anticipate by the end of this year we should have those 43 completed and reviewed. In relation to the remainder of the recommendations, I am certain that most of them have been completed and done.
And could you expand on what a review means in terms of the process you go through, what your operating procedures mean to the layperson in terms of a review?
Okay. So as a result of the special inquiry of the Commission into LGBTIQ hate crimes, it was identified that there were 213 unsolved homicide or long-term suspicious missing persons that had not been reviewed for some time. A review of a standard homicide, unsolved homicide investigation requires a single investigator to obtain the original records of that investigation from the time it occurred, prepare a chronology of events, review all the evidence that was obtained over the entirety from the day the event occurred to the day it's been reviewed, look at opportunities with technical advances, forensic advances, look at opportunities where new information that had been obtained that was not available at the time of the original offence has since come to board that may create opportunities for the investigators to pursue. Things such as availability of forensic evidence, availability of witnesses who may have given statements, may not still be alive or may not be willing to give evidence. Suspect availability, that's a very important aspect there to look at. A suspect, is that suspect still alive? Is there opportunities there to progress that investigation in relation to that suspect that were not explored during the initial investigation? Look at the coroner's findings, what the coroner may have said or recommendations the coroner made, and look at potential opportunities to progress that investigation.
Thank you. Could you explain to the committee how someone goes to be on the New South Wales Missing Persons Registry and then may actually come to be come to the attention or become a case before the Unsolved Homicide Unit? Could you talk about that process?
So there's a clear distinction between a missing person and a suspicious missing person. So a missing person is someone that has gone missing under no suspicious circumstances. That matter is recorded on the Missing Persons Register, and those matters remain investigated by local police, PACs and PDs, like local police stations investigate those matters. Those matters ultimately may end up at the coroner's court if the police believe that the missing person is deceased. and then the coroner will hand out a finding. Where a missing person, a long-term missing person, is suspected to have met foul play or have been murdered and their remains have not been located, that is a matter that is investigated as a homicide investigation. It may not occur from the beginning or from the onset of that investigation, but it may develop down the track that circumstances change, and the investigators believe that the missing person has met foul play, may have been murdered. That then falls into the arena of a homicide investigation, which then comes to my office, ultimately.
Thank you. Is there any statutory or regulatory or operational procedure which dictates when a coronial inquest should occur or must occur, and has that changed over time? Because we've heard evidence from some people today and through submissions that sometimes a coronial inquest can happen within years or even months, sometimes it's decades. Why is there that difference, and is that defined more defined now more so than it was in the past?
Absolutely. As time's evolved, as a result of prior matters that have not ended up at inquest, our policies, procedures and protocols have changed. It's absolutely mandatory now that if a missing person investigation has commenced and police are of the belief that that person is deceased, they must report that matter to the coroner. And as soon as that report is made to the coroner, police are then obliged to, at some stage, form a brief of evidence for the coroner. Back in the 1970s and 1980s, I don't think that was the case, but we have certainly evolved from those days. And now I can indicate we have really strong operating procedures, standard operating procedures and guidelines around this sort of thing.
The coroner has coronial advocates, which are police officers attached to them. That's correct, isn't it?
Coroner has advocates who are police officers, but also the coroner has the option to use independent advocates such as Crown Solicitor's Office or DCJ.
Do you think that the coroners are adequately resourced when it comes to those police officers?
In relation to the advocates?
Yes, in terms of the advocates.
I can't comment on that. I know that the Coroner's Court in general is overloaded and there is a delay in how long it takes to get matters before the coroner.
Okay, thank you. And is it the case that if there is a coronial inquest, the police won't pick up a matter, as it were, for some period of time after the coronial inquest? Is it still the case that there can be a 5-year pause on a re-investigation if there has been a coronial inquest? And if that's the case, why is that the case?
Okay. So in my space, in the homicide space, if a matter goes before the coroner and the coroner makes a recommendation that that homicide be referred to the Unsolved Homicide Squad, which is quite common these days. We're averaging approximately 10 cases a year that are coming to us from the coroner. That matter comes to us, it's assessed, it's put on our tracking files. We don't necessarily conduct a new investigation or review because that matter has just finalised. It has been through a process through the Coroner's Court. If there was anything that wasn't completed or done properly, the coroner would mention that in their recommendation and we would probably follow that up. But generally speaking, when a matter comes to the Unsolved Homicide Unit from the coroner, it has been thoroughly investigated at that point. And that is the reason why we don't fall into another investigation there and then, because everything has been done.
And if, of course, there was information that had come to light, you'd be acting upon it.
That's right. I can indicate that part of the Special Commission inquiries was a recommendation that we review all unsolved homicides every 2 years. That has been implemented now as part of our policies in our new standard operating procedures. So we have close to 700 or 700 unsolved homicides on our books. That is an enormous task for anyone, for any law enforcement agency to manage and then review every 2 years.
So what time period did they go back to?
1970.
1970,
Yep.
yeah. Sorry.
And is that because of the records, the record keeping prior to that, or just the fact that the matters before that are deemed like not in the public interest to be putting resources into?
As the 1970 date?
Yeah.
Now, we do go back. We have gone back to we have hand-selected a number of cases from 1960 to 1970 that are on our tracking files. But yeah, generally speaking, that 1970 date was a decision that was made by police at the time that we created the Unsolved Homicide Unit. And I know from Task Force Air that they also used that as a threshold when they looked at matters. They used the 1970 date as a commencement date. So it does relate to our records, probably not as good as they should be from prior to 1970.
Could you inform the committee and the Parliament about the sort of essentially the division of labour between unsolved homicide and the resourcing that the police put into unsolved homicide as compared to the other homicides, the more recent homicides, in terms of personnel and the resourcing you have?
So I have a squad of about 125 officers, sworn officers. My unsolved homicide team has 36 sworn officers. That comprises of 3 inspectors, 6 sergeants and the remaining investigators. That is the team. Within that team I have an assessment and review team. That is now the team that is responsible for reviewing and managing all the unsolved homicides that we have. That, I can say, was implemented recently as a result of the SCOI recommendations. That team has a strict job description in relation to reviewing those 700 cases I mentioned and preparing them for assessment or a prioritisation committee to assess those matters. The unsolved homicide investigation teams, they probably carry 30 investigations between them. I want to make it clear that an unsolved homicide investigation is not like a contemporary investigation where you have a team of 10, 12, 15 detectives working on that investigation. It is a one-man show reviewing and investigating it. When planned operations are required, the team will pull together and work on a particular job during essential stages of that investigation. So each investigator at the Unsolved Homicide Unit carries about 1 investigation. It's a really slow burn. Our results are slow. Since the history of the Unsolved Homicide Squad commenced in 2008, we've resolved 32 cases. So I mean, that is significant for us. But
is that a good result?
That is a good result because a significant amount of work goes into each case. In relation to my operational teams, I have 6 operational teams that do the current homicide investigations. The team comprises of a detective inspector, investigations coordinator, who are very, very experienced police officers in the field of homicide investigation. Each team has 3 supervisors, detective sergeants, and 6 investigators. I have 6 teams of that makeup. They are responsible for an on-call response to every homicide in the state of New South Wales that we deem require on-call response. When a team is, or a strike force is created to investigate a current homicide, the general makeup is a combination of homicide squad staff and local staff from the local area. Form a team, work from a location until that matter is resolved. I have a coronial support team who work at the Coroner's Court, and they consist of an inspector, sergeant and 5 sworn officers and 3 unsworn officers. They manage all reports to the coroner for the whole of New South Wales. It is a massive task. They are overworked. They have to read every report of death to the coroner on a daily basis and ensure it's ready to go for the coroner to process. So that's the makeup of my team. I have an intelligence support team that works within the homicide squad. However, they sit under the State Intelligence Command. It's a team of about 20 officers combined, sworn and unsworn.
Thank you. The New South Wales Police's Task Force Fenwick was formed in 1998 and investigated a number of unsolved homicides in the North Sydney, Newcastle areas in the 1970s, 80s and 90s. Is it true to say that this task force and then the findings of Coroner Abernathy led to the formation of the New South Wales Police's now operational Unsolved Homicide Unit?
Yeah, so Fenwick was stood up in '98 to investigate approximately 10 long-term missing persons across the northern regions. As a result of that, that went to inquest in 2002 before Mr Abernathy, and he made some recommendations that the New South Wales Police should put more resources into long-term missing person investigations. As a result of that, several years later was the formation of the Unsolved Homicide team in 2004.
And that came out of police themselves?
Correct. That came as a result of that particular inquiry. The Unsolved Homicide team commenced as a review team only, just reviewing old homicides, and then in 2008 it developed with an investigation capacity.
Thank you. Colleagues, I'll go to the government. Have you got any questions, Mr Lawrence?
Just a couple of questions quickly about Ivan Milat. We've taken evidence this morning from 2 psychologists, and we've got other evidence before us about the possible extent of Mr Milat's crimes. I'm just wondering, have you got an opinion about the probability that he committed other murders, apart from the 7 that he's been found guilty of?
I know that Task Force Air at the time did a review of a whole national review of a whole number of long-term missing person and unsolved homicides, and they categorised what they believed Milat was involved in as in possible, unlikely, highly possible. I know that they indicated that he was highly likely involved in 3 homicides, unsolved homicides.
Yeah. So what was the intensity of that investigation? Because we've sort of heard evidence about, I guess, a possible and maybe understandable lack of information sharing at different periods, and police maybe not detecting a pattern of connection between crimes that might appear not to be connected. I'm just wondering, what was the intensity of that investigation in terms of how many unsolved murders were the focus of it, and how much resources was put into to working out the possible full extent of his crimes?
Task Force Air?
Yeah.
Oh, it was a massive investigation. It was one of the biggest investigations that New South Wales Police have ever run.
Yeah.
And they considered all these other, as I indicated, as 50 or so other matters that they reviewed and considered.
But how much of the focus of Task Force Air was the 7 bodies in the forest, and how much of it was the focus of other unsolved murders?
Criminal investigation in relation to the prosecution obviously focused on those 7 matters. I am aware that a number of other matters might have gone to the DPP for consideration.
Okay.
The DPP chose to run with those 7 cases.
Yep.
Other homicides?
I think, I'm not absolutely certain that the DPP may have looked at other matters, and there was insufficient evidence to continue with the prosecution.
Just in terms of what you were saying before, you said the Task Force Air looked at some matters and I think you categorised it as unlikely, likely and highly likely. In briefings that the Assistant Commissioner Scott Cook has provided, he said that there was he used the number of 11 homicides that probably fell into the category of likely or unlikely. Do you know who those 11 homicides or long-term missing persons cases are?
Yes, so we have supplied those names to our council, who I believe are going to supply them to the committee.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, we deeply appreciate that, and that will be very interesting. In terms of the Task Force Air list of the 59, how was that list put together? Did you use a profiler? I have a number of questions around this, but did you use a profiler to look at the MO for that list? And I'm not saying not you, Commander, but the task force. And how did the task force interact with other jurisdictions, say the AFP in Canberra, Queensland, Victoria, or wherever else?
So the search criteria for similar offences or incidences was based on the following criteria. It was nationwide. It was between the period of 1970 and 1994. It looked at victims between the ages of 15 and 40, and it looked at hitchhikers, backpackers, overseas tourists, travellers, public transport users. That was the criteria that was searched. From that, they identified 36 missing person incidences, which involved 43 persons. So some were couples, and 11 unsolved homicides, and that involved 16 persons. How they interacted with interstate police, I can't answer that question.
Would you? Oh, okay, fair enough. Maybe that's something in due course we might take on notice. The former New South Wales Police Assistant Commissioner, the late Clive Small, who led at one time Task Force Air into what became known as the backpacker murders, was of the view on the public record that he thought that Ivan Milat may have been at least a person of interest, but potentially responsible for the murder of Karen Rowland in the ACT in 1971. Is that a view shared by currently by the New South Wales Police?
Look, that, I say from the outset, that is not a New South Wales Police investigation. Our only involvement in that investigation was Task Force Air reviewing it in 1994, because it had similarities, similar hallmarks to Milat's MO, and we were involved with, I believe, the family at some stage in the last couple of years in relation to representations they made to the Commissioner of Police. But that is not an investigation that falls under my jurisdiction, so I really cannot comment on that. All I can say is that what you said, it was considered by Air, and it was considered highly likely that Milat may have been involved in it due to those similar MO and so on.
And how, I'm just interested in that, if in the circumstance that the AFP are not taking action in a particular matter, what is the protocol in New South Wales if you may be of the view that someone is a person of interest in a homicide and that person lives in New South Wales? What was the protocol then? What is the protocol now?
The protocol is simply that we do not have jurisdiction to investigate a homicide that occurred in another state. We would pass our information on. We would share that information with that law enforcement agency, and that's all we could do.
I'll turn to questions now from the opposition. Ms Merton or Mr Tudor-Hope. Mr Tudor-Hope? I think you're on mute, Damien.
Thank you. Thanks, Inspector, and thanks for coming along today. How long have you spent preparing for today's hearing?
In man hours, hundreds, if not more. Not me, I'm talking about my whole team.
Would you be of the view that you have had to take resources from other areas of policing to prepare for today?
I've been using my staff from the assessment and review team, that unit's role is to cater for matters like this. But yes, they would be better served conducting other investigations.
You'd be of the view that, or would you be of the view that in Sydney at the moment there are significant issues relating to potential gangland violence and gangland murders?
Yes, certainly.
So removing you potentially from your duties relating to those investigations probably is not the best use of resources.
Point of order.
A point of order has been taken. Mr Lawrence.
I think that raises a question that comes up a lot at estimates, which is fundamentally seeking an opinion on a question of policy. This committee's been established, as I understand it. The government and the New South Wales Police Force are cooperating with it. These questions are really a veiled attempt to elicit an opinion contrary to that, I would have thought.
Yes, I think it clearly is, Mr Tudor-Hope.
Well, except to the point of order, we've got before us today the most senior homicide detective in this state giving evidence in relation to Ivan Milat issues in circumstances where there are very serious other issues going on, and the use of
This
the
is not to
resources...
the point of order. This is
That's-
just
that's-
restating the opinion.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Tudor, that's not to the point of order. That's a debating point. So I uphold the point of order. We can't ask the witness to offer opinions on this matter. So, Mr. Tudor, if you could ask a question, that'd be very useful.
In preparing for today, how many files would you have had to review for the purpose of preparing for today?
We've had to call 150 archive boxes. Those matters have had to, we've had to review that they relate to the particular cases identified in the terms of reference. And my investigators have had to review that material.
In circumstances where I think your evidence is that they are regularly reviewed on a 2-yearly basis in any event, is that not the case?
That is a protocol that has commenced November last year. We now will attempt to review every case every 2 years.
Let me ask you this, what would you be doing today if you weren't here at this hearing?
Point of order.
Point of order.
Point of order's been taken. Mr. Namber on a point of order.
Chair, I don't think that question is even remotely in line with the terms of reference of this inquiry.
It's not, and it's also a hypothetical. So I uphold...
Well, the inspector can answer that question, what he would be doing.
Sorry, Mr. Tudor, not if it's out of order, and it is out of order. So if you'd like to ask a question that's in line with the terms of reference, it'd be deeply appreciated.
Can you outline, Inspector, some of the investigations which you are currently conducting?
Point of order.
Point
Chair.
of order's been taken, Mr. Namber.
I'm sorry, Chair, but I don't know how that relates to unsolved murders and long-term missing person cases in New South Wales between 1965 and 2010, which is the key point of the terms of reference.
Yeah, I don't think it does. It may be caught by the any other related matter, but I think that's quite tenuous. It'd be much preferable, Mr. Tudor, I hope if you could ask a question specifically aimed at the key elements of the terms of reference.
Well, in terms of the work which you do, could you outline for the committee the work which you are currently doing in respect of trying to solve existing homicides which you are investigating?
As I indicated earlier, our Unsolved Homicide Unit are currently actively investigating approximately 30 cases. I won't go into those particular cases for obvious reasons, but that's 30 investigations that we are investigating just in the unsolved space.
Thank you. Mr. Borzak, do you have some questions?
No, I don't.
Okay. I've got some more. Commander, was Ivan Milat ever a person of interest in the homicides of the unsolved homicides of Alex Reese and Ray Hill in Newcastle in January 1970, to the best of your knowledge? And if you don't have that at hand, I'm quite happy for you to take it on note.
Yeah, I didn't prepare for that because I thought we're just covering those couple of matters from down here, so no, I can't answer that at the moment.
Okay. Were the New South Wales Police ever asked by the AFP to assist them in establishing Ivan Milat's whereabouts at the time of Karen Rowland's murder in 1971?
Again, I cannot answer that question. We would have to go through the records.
You'd have to take that on notice?
Yeah.
Thank you. Do the New South Wales Police hold Ivan Milat's work records, especially for the periods of the 1970s and 1980s?
Yes, yes, we do. And as a result of your request, we have compiled all these work records and all his criminal history, and that will be served on the committee shortly.
Thank you very much. That's deeply appreciated. In 1971, Ivan Milat was charged with 2 armed robberies in Sydney, one of a bank and the other of what was called a delicatessen. The other co-accused in these matters, including Ivan Milat's brother, Michael, were ultimately convicted and sentenced to lengthy custodial terms. How is it that Ivan Milat was not convicted when he eventually faced court in 1974 for his part in these crimes? Do you have any knowledge of how he was not convicted for these crimes?
No, sorry, I'm not familiar with that matter or the circumstances as to why he was acquitted.
Would you be prepared to take that one on notice?
Yes.
Well, point of order in relation to that. Asking the inspector to form an opinion why a court would not convict someone clearly is outside the knowledge of the inspector.
I'll take that as a comment.
If you want to invite the judge to come and give the evidence.
Thank you, Mr. Tudor-Hope. In 1971, Ivan Milat was facing charges of rape and the aforementioned armed robberies, allegedly absconded to New Zealand for a period. Do the New South Wales Police know how long Ivan Milat was in New Zealand?
I'll have to take that on notice as well.
And how did the New South Wales Police establish Ivan Milat was in New Zealand? And did the New South Wales Police have any intelligence that Ivan Milat may have come to the attention of New Zealand authorities in his time there?
I'll take that on notice.
In September and October 1973, Jeanette Hannington in Gymea, Gabriel Janke and Michelle Riley on the Gold Coast and Bronwyn Richardson in Albury were all found murdered, all unsolved homicides. No one was convicted. At any time did New South Wales Police or police in other jurisdictions believe that these homicides could be linked, and was Ivan Milat ever a person of interest or interviewed by New South Wales Police in relation to these matters?
As I indicated earlier, considered the nationwide search and considered 36 missing person instances and
I know
14 unsolved homicides. Whether those matters fall within those, I would need to check my records.
Definitely Gabriel Janke and Michelle Riley were. Jeanette Hannington and Bronwyn Richardson weren't, but if
Well,
you're
point
happy
of
to
order,
take that
Mr.
on
Mayor,
notice.
if you want to give evidence, if the chair wants to give evidence.
Order.
It's not a court, Jesus.
Order. It's not a court. This is an
that's the point.
inquiry. It's an iterative process. Thank you, Mr. I'll call you to order, Mr. Tudor-Hope. Mr. Dewar, in 1974, Ivan Milat was re-arrested to face the 1971 rape and armed robbery charges. Was Ivan Milat remanded in custody in Long Bay Jail, and do the police have any intelligence as to whether or not he shared a cell in this time with a Mr. Noel Manning?
I don't have the information. I'm not familiar with Ivan Milat's background from the 1970s. I'm not aware of who he shared a cell with, times imprisonment. All those records have been prepared and supplied and will be supplied to you shortly. And you may have the information within those documents.
Thank you. Well, one of the key things that the committee would like to know is Mr. Manning allegedly made a report to the police in 1976 regarding his concerns around Ivan Milat's possible involvement in homicides. So if the police have any knowledge of that or any statements Mr. Manning made, we'd definitely be interested in those. Do the New South Wales Police know if Ivan Milat ever worked on the King's Cross Tunnel?
We'll have to take that on notice as well. As I said, I don't have that information readily available to me at the moment.
Thank you. Mr. Lawrence or Mr. Namber, any more?
Just one question from me. Just in relation to Mr. Milat and the early 1970s, his former solicitor, John Marsden, I think in his autobiography, attributed Ivan Milat winning those armed robbery charges to police corruption. He doesn't give additional details about that. Are you aware of anything about that issue broadly, of Ivan Milat beating those charges because of police corruption?
No, I'm not.
So is that something you could take on notice?
Yes, I can take that on notice.
Thank you. In relation to the death of Karen Rowland, a woman, Mary Bertram, was found murdered in 1974 on Sutton Road, and I think it may have just fallen inside the New South Wales border. Was Ivan Milat ever a person of interest in her homicide?
Sorry, what was her name?
Mary Bertram.
From my records, I cannot see her name as... Actually, no, I don't have that name. She may have been one of the 36 missing person reports. I don't have that before me at the moment. So, no, I can't answer that. I'll take that on notice.
Okay. This is the last one of those ones. Joan Wetch in 1971, Lynette White in 1973, Maria Smith in 1974, Carol Prasad in 1976, and Annette Morgan in 1977 were all sexually assaulted and brutally murdered in inner Sydney. Was Ivan Milat ever a person of interest in these homicides?
I'll take that on notice as well. I can say this, that, as I said earlier, Task Force Air was one of the biggest investigations that New South Wales Police Force ever did. It was very thorough and comprehensive, and I am absolutely certain if the investigators of the day had found evidence that implicated Mr Milat in any other murder, they would have done their absolute best to convict him and put him before the courts.
Appreciated. Other than the matters for which Ivan Milat was convicted in the 1960s and the 1990s, and the 1971 charges for rape and armed robbery for which he wasn't convicted, was Ivan Milat ever charged with any other offence in New South Wales?
Oh, I have to take that on notice, and that information will be in those criminal records that we will supply.
Thank you very much. Narelle Cox disappeared around Grafton in 1977, attempting to hitchhike to Noosa. Her family have said that Task Force Air investigators contacted them and ruled Ivan Milat out as a suspect in her disappearance. How and why did they do that?
I'm not familiar with the circumstances of that matter. I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. Kay Doherty and Tony Kavanagh disappeared from south of Wollongong in 1979. We've had statements, submissions to the inquiry from a person who says that they were abducted by Ivan Milat at the same time, and Milat was caught speeding in that area at that time. Have New South Wales Police looked at Ivan Milat's traffic and driving record and compared that to some of the matters that are the subject of the inquiry and unsolved homicides around the state?
In relation to that matter, I can say that Milat was considered but deemed to be unlikely involved in that matter by Task Force Air.
By Task Force Air. Is that a view the New South Wales Police still hold?
Yes.
In 1980, Thomas Cooper was shot and killed by a man wearing a cowboy hat in Beaumaris and Melbourne's southern suburbs. The media described the assailant as the cowboy killer. Did Victoria Police ever contact New South Wales Police in relation to the possibility of Ivan Milat's involvement in that crime?
Again, I have to take that on notice. I apologise not being able to answer these questions.
No,
I came here today under the impression I was just going to be asked about Grimmer, Doherty, Kavanagh matters, not all these other matters, so I hadn't prepared for these matters.
Oh, well, I appreciate that. I did not know that.
Yep.
The questions, that must have been a miscommunication then, because... Well, I'll turn to the matter of Cheryl Grimmer. In terms of the prosecution, which the police obviously pursued, why was it that after the first hearing, the police who were conducting that investigation taken off that case?
I heard that evidence earlier today. I don't know the circumstances in relation to why those officers were moved. Are you referring to Damien Lune and Santivali? Are they
Yes,
the
I am.
officers?
Yes,
Yeah.
I am. Sorry,
No,
yes.
I can't answer that question. I don't know. Look, I can say that police move locations on occasionally due to whatever reason, but that should not impact the progress of that investigation. Investigations are not owned by individual police officers. They're owned by the command of where the offence occurred, or a specialist command. So that command is responsible for that investigation, and if that officer is transferred and that officer doesn't have capacity or capability to continue that investigation, it falls back onto that original command to make sure those resources are available. So that should not have impacted the progress of that investigation if that officer moved locations.
In relation to Ivan Milat again, did New South Wales Police ever pursue, identify and then forensically analyse Ivan Milat's cars that he either he was known to use or registered his name or were owned by him?
Yes, I believe so.
How comprehensively did they do that? How many cars did they identify? And
I can't tell you the exact cars and details, but they would have examined them to the standard of the day with the capabilities and capacity they had.
was it did they identify, like historically, did they analyse the cars he owned at the time of his arrest, or did they identify cars that he had then potentially disposed of?
I know in relation to the sexual assault matter, that vehicle that was used in that offence was examined at the time.
In the 1971 one?
1971 matter, yes, I'm aware of that. In relation to Task Force Air, I am not sure, I can't answer whether they examined previously owned vehicles by him.
Okay, would you be prepared to take that one on notice?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Is there any evidence that the New South Wales Police hold that Ivan Milat was involved in organised crime or serious drug trafficking?
I am not aware of any evidence from what I have seen, but I can't be absolutely certain on that.
Was Ivan Milat ever an associate of Abraham Saffron or his long-term partner, Rita Hagenfeld, to the best of your knowledge?
No, I can't answer that question.
Would you take that one on notice?
I will take it on notice, but I don't know how I can respond to it. Same with all the other questions. We'll have to go through the records and see if we can find anything. I can tell you now that the Task Force Air records are over 400 archive boxes. So what you're asking me to do is going to use substantial resources for my staff to go through and get these responses for you. I'm not saying we won't do it. We are happy to assist and cooperate, but it is a massive job, what you're asking.
Appreciated.
Well, just in relation to that, Chair, when you say it's a massive job, how many members of your squad and potentially yourself will be involved in reviewing that matter?
We'd have to
providing these answers.
We would have to retrieve 400 archive boxes. We would have to go through them. It's a 12-month job with 12 investigators minimum to answer some of these questions that you've asked.
Do you think, Mr. Commander, that's a waste of time?
Yes, I do.
Fair enough. In terms of the Task Force Air list, there are some cases there that sort of fall out of some of the criteria that you listed at the beginning, in terms of younger people hitchhiking, those types of things. In particular, there's a woman, Carmen Verheyden, who disappeared from the Crossroads Hotel in 1991. Do you know why she was included on that list?
I would say because that criteria may have been consistent with the circumstances of her disappearance.
And there was a backpacker on the Task Force Air list that disappeared from Coober Pedy, Anna Lever, in 1991. Was Ivan Milat ever a suspect in her disappearance, and did the task force ever establish whether or not Ivan Milat had travelled to the Northern Territory and South Australia in 1991?
So you have indicated she was on that list?
Yes.
Yes, well, if she was on that list, Ivan Milat was considered as a person of interest in that matter. However, unfortunately, didn't progress to a standard of any evidence that would continue with the prosecution.
All right, thank you. Why do the police understand why the DPP did not proceed with the prosecution of Ivan Milat regarding the murder of Peter Letcher in Bathurst or Jenolan Caves in 1988?
No, you'd have to get that from the DPP.
All right, thank you. Colleagues, do you have any more questions? Mr. Tudor-Hope?
No, Chair. I do thank the Inspector for being here, but in considering a time for him to provide his answers to questions on notice, I hope you take into consideration his observations that it will take 12 months to provide that material.
Well, I do take that, and I have said this, and I think it's the view of the committee that we this will be a long iterative process. We're in no screaming hurry. We do not want to derail any of the investigations that the police are running at the moment. Many of the families who have been party to this inquiry and given evidence here have been waiting 50 years for justice for their family, and I'm sure that they're prepared to wait a little longer, and it's about the outcome. We're in no screaming hurry. So I'll take that as a comment. Mr. Tudor,
I will take your observations as a comment, Chair.
Just also on the comments front, I'll just say this, Chair, that, I mean, it's a matter for the police how they answer questions. And it's a matter for the police as to what resources they deploy in respect of a particular question. So I'm sure the officer will go away and consider, for example, whether he does need to comb through 400 boxes. He said that here, but he may, upon reflection, form in respect to particular questions that he doesn't have to do that. I mean, it's a matter fundamentally for the witness.
That is true. All right, well, thank you very much for that. There was a few questions taken on notice. We will hear from you in due course. There may be some supplementary questions from committee members, but again, we thank you for the work you do on behalf of the people of New South Wales, and we mean that sincerely. And we appreciate you taking the time to appear at this hearing today. It's been most informative. Thank you very much.
Thank you.